Of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 16th session of the Senate and second and regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led today in prayer by a distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear God, our Almighty Creator, as we gather here today for today's plenary session, we reflect on the divine words found in Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, which tells us the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. We are grateful, O Lord, that more than lawmakers, we are caretakers of your diverse and beautiful creation, from rich to reef. However, we are concerned as our nation faces daunting challenges: the rising seas, relentless storms, recurrent floods, and the natural vulnerabilities inherent in our geographical location within the Ring of Fire and Typhoon Belt. We seek your wisdom and fortitude as we navigate these complicated issues. Hence, we humbly ask that you grant our public officials from national to local levels, and including those of us here as policymakers, the foresight to prioritize long-term welfare over short-term gains. Help us be enlightened in our decisions and actions so we do not trade the future of our children for fleeting benefits. Guide us to consider the livelihoods of our farmers and fishermen, who are among the first to feel the repercussions of our choices. Bestow upon us the courage to make difficult yet wise choices, the insight to appreciate the interconnectedness of all creation, and a heart attuned to the welfare of all. Lord, grant us the courage to veer away from projects that risk our communities, our environment, and our heritage. Inspire us to heed the findings of scientists and advocates who, like us, aim to be responsible stewards of your earth. As we turn our thoughts to Manila Bay, a vibrant symbol of our nation's history and natural beauty, kindly help us recognize our duty to its preservation and to the communities that depend on its resources. Guide us in implementing integrated coastal management strategies that ensure the sustainability of our marine environment and the safety and well-being of our communities. May our actions reflect respect for your creation, commitment to the common good, and a vision that considers the legacy we leave for future generations. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll, members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed with our agenda today, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. The guests of this institution, the guests of the Senate, our dear friend, our former colleague in the House of Representatives, no other than Congressman Oka Malapitan of the 1st District of Caloocan.
Welcome to the Senate.
We also have with us, Mr. President, the friend of the Senate, guest of Senator Padilla and the rest of us here, the most...
Correction though, Your Honor, my Majority Leader. Si Congressman Oka is still a
Congressman.
yeah, not
Yes.
former. You mentioned former. Yeah. He's
Still-
still an incumbent congressman.
still- He was the mayor before, Mr. President. He's
Yeah, former
now the,
mayor of,
former mayor. So
Caloocan, yes.
I
Member of the
stand
Commission
to be
on
corrected,
Appointments.
Mr. President.
Member
yeah.
of the Commission on Appointments.
Madali lapitan pero mahirap hanapin. Mr. President, also with us is our esteemed colleague, former esteemed colleague from the House of Representatives, the most good-looking congressman of the Lone District of Basilan.
So the only one.
The only one, Congressman Mujib Hataman.
Yes,
is also
our
here,
distinguished
Mr.
colleague,
President.
former governor of the ARM,
Mr. President.
ARM.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, also with us is the Vice Governor of Laguna, Karen Agapay, who is also the President of the League of Vice Governors of the Philippines, and Vice Governor Victor Balite of Bohol, guest of our Senate President, Mig Subiri.
Yes, welcome, Vice Governor, and to all the distinguished guests that are here today. Welcome to your Senate, sir. Sirs and ladies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 15th Session, Tuesday, August 29, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There be no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There be no objection, the Secretary may proceed with the reference of business.
Message of the President of the Philippines. Letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., dated 14 August 2023, submitting for the Senate's consideration and concurrence the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, which was adopted by the parties on 20 October 2005 in Paris, France, and entered into force on 18 March 2007.
Refer to Committee on Foreign Relations.
Committee reports. Committee Report 108, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance on House Number 7961, introduced by Representative Selveri et al., strengthening the Bulacan State University as a system, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board and appropriate funds, therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1620 and 2295, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
109, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance on House Number 6704, introduced by Representative Yap Eric et al., entitled Establishing a College of Medicine in the Benguet State University located in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, to be known as the Benguet State University College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1699 and 1788, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
110, jointly by to be known as the Southern Luzon State University College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate number 1939, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
111, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance on House Number 7088 by Representative Daza, establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Eastern Philippines in the municipality of Catarman, Northern Samar, to be known as the University of Eastern Philippines College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, Senator Escudero, sponsored.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
112, submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational and Education, Ways and Means and Finance on House Number 7090 by Representative Garcia, establishing a College of Medicine in the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University South La Union Campus in Agoo, La Union. Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University South La Union Campus College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate number 2095, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
113, by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance on House Number 7091 by Representative Olivares, converting the campus of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines in the city of Parañaque into a regular campus of the PUP to be known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Parañaque City Campus, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate number 2025, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
114, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance, on House Number 7397 by Representative Olivares, establishing in the city of Ligao, Albay, a College of Veterinary Medicine of the Bicol University, to be known as the Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
115 by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance, on House Number 7398 by Representative Suarez, establishing the Southern Luzon State University Catanawan Campus, College of Veterinary Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
116 by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance, on House Number 7412 by Representative Kari, establishing a College of Medicine in the Visayas State University located in Baybay, Leyte, to be known as the Visayas State University College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Proceed with the additional reference of business.
Additional reference to business messages from the House. Letter from the House dated 16 August 2023, furnishing the Senate a copy of Committee Report Number 717, submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, re motu proprio action of the Committee on the matter of the acts of Representative Arnold A. Tebes Jr. of the 3rd District of Negros Oriental for violation of the Code of Conduct and for disorderly behavior, docketed as Committee Case Number MP 2023-11.
To the archives.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 16 August 2023, designated Representatives Alvarez, Solon, Fortes, Panaligan, and Abalos as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Number 7006 and Senate Number 2165.
To the archives.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 16 August 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requires the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 7587, declaring March 10 of every year as a special working holiday in the entire country to be known as the National Junior Chamber International Philippines Day.
To the Committee on Youth.
8268, declaring April of every year as the National Basketball Month.
To the Committee on Sports.
8370, increasing the authorized campaign expenses of candidates and political parties, amending Section 13 of RA 7166, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Electoral Reform, Civil Participation, and Waste Means.
8390, granting Philippine Sports Commission the authority to acquire real properties by other modes, amending Section 7 of RA 11214.
To the Committee on Sports.
8452, regulating the registration, licensure, and practice of physical therapy, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Finance.
8463, providing for the establishment and construction of a disaster food bank and stockpile in every province and highly urbanized city in the Philippines, providing for their maintenance and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on National Defense, Security and Peace Unification, and Finance.
8466, preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Culture and Arts, Sports, and Finance.
8468, institutionalizing the Philippine National Games, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Sports and Finance.
8495, strengthening local sports programs to develop young athletes and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Youth, Sports, and Finance.
8586, providing stronger measures for the conservation and protection of wildlife resources and their habitats and appropriating funds therefore. Repealing for the purpose RA 9147.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Sustainable Development Goals, Ways and Means, and Finance.
1311, converting the Bicol International Airport Road into a national road.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
1313, converting the tourism mega highway in Legazpi City into a national road.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
House Number 8664, declaring the immediate environs of Quiapo Church, Plaza Miranda, San Sebastian Church, Plaza del Carmen, Quezon Bridge, the Life Theater, Old Villonco Building, and other built heritage as National Heritage Zone.
To the Committees on Culture and Arts, Tourism, Ways and Means, and Finance.
8665, establishing the Baybay City Cultural Center and Museum in the city of Baybay, Leyte.
To the committee of,
Wait.
please read the other one so we
Yes,
can.
sir. House Number 8666, establishing the Mountain Province Cultural Center and in Mountain Province.
both to the Committees on Culture and Arts, Public Works, and Finance.
8700, establishing the Baguio City Sports High School.
Maybe you want to read all
Yes,
three?
sir. 8701, establishing a senior high school in Progressive Village 3, Bayanan, Bacoor, Cavite. And House number 8702, establishing an elementary school in Progressive 15, Molino 2, Bacoor, Cavite.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
8667, establishing the Camarines Norte 1st District Engineering Office in the DPWH highways in Labo, Camarines Norte.
To the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
8668, establishing a Department of Agrarian Reform Provincial Office in San Jose, Dinagat Islands, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food, and Finance.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 22 August 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 8568, providing mechanisms that shall ensure the effective implementation of a nationwide tree planting program, amending RA 10176.
Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Local Government.
8505, strengthening the BCDA, amending for the purpose RA 7227.
To the Committees on Government Corporations, Public Enterprises, National Defense, and Reconciliation.
8503, declaring the month of June of every year as the Marine Turtle Conservation and Protection Month.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
8497, promoting inclusive education, entrepreneurship, and employment for sustainable development among 4 Ps, adult beneficiaries, amending for the purpose RA 11310.
To the Committees on Social Justice and Economic Affairs.
7447, strengthening the local health boards of every province, city, or municipality by including in the membership thereof a representative from the Barangay Health Workers Federation, amending Section 102 of RA 7160.
Committees on Local Government, Health and Demography, and Finance.
House number 8400, institutionalizing and expanding the National Employment Recovery Strategy to a jobs creation plan and appropriating funds therefore.
Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 23 August 2023, it reconsidered the approval on third reading and withdrew from the Senate House number 6492, protecting the right of the people to freedom of religion in the Philippines, guaranteed under Section 5, Article 3 of the Constitution.
The Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Cultural Communities, Muslim Affairs, and Ways and Means. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation after the reading of the transmittal letter from the House of Representatives, Mr. President? Just very short, Mr.
Yes,
President.
please proceed.
This is to report, Mr. President, to the body that the House adopted the Senate version of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, Mr. President, the SBN number 2035. Again, Mr. President, let me put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our counterparts in the House of Representatives for adopting yesterday, August 29, the Senate version of Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, which seeks to establish the National Employment Master Plan. With this, Mr. President, we are one step closer to enacting an employment policy that is resilient, comprehensive, coherent, future-oriented, progressive, and easily adapts to the ever-changing nature of work and emerging trends in the labor market. Further, Mr. President, one of the priority measures of the President, this will definitely help in achieving the projected 4% to 5% unemployment rate in 2026, maybe even lower as we move towards a national framework that is underscored of job-led economic growth, workers, development through skills training and enhancement, support and incentives to businesses, and enhance industry collaboration. I'd like to thank, Mr. President, your leadership, Senate President Subiri, Senator Angara, Senator our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and our dear colleagues who co-sponsor and co-author this very important measure. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Hesus.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Majority Leader. Yes, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Ginoong Pangulo at Pinunong Mayorya, maiksi lang po ito. Gusto ko lamang pong ipaalala sa ating lahat ngayon pong ika-30 ng Agosto ay atin pong ipinagdiriwang ang kaarawan po ni Marcelo del Pilar at ngayon din po ang National Press Freedom Day at ngayon din po ang araw na nagkaroon po tayo ng pinaglabanan sa San Juan at diyan po nagkaroon tayo ng pakikipaglaban sa mga Espanyol. 200 pong katipunero ang nahuli diyan at 153 ang napatay. Yun lamang po, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, gusto ko lamang pong maipaalala sa lahat na napakahalaga ng araw na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's actually the topic of this representation. If I'd be given a chance to deliver a privileged speech, so I'd like to thank the good gentleman from Bicol and Nueva Ecija for pointing that out. In Bulacan, we are celebrating Marcelo H. Del Pilar's day, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Senator Jingo Estrada is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to associate myself with the manifestation of my good friend, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Maraming salamat po at naalala po niya ang bayan ng San Juan. Ang totoo po yan, araw po ng pinaglabanan ngayon at Piyesta Opisyal po San Juan. Nais ko rin pong sabihin, kung wala pong pinaglabanan, wala pong kalayaan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the indulgence and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration.
Before you do that, may I ask for a minute suspension? Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize our Senate President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, to deliver his speech.
If there is no objection, our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. I stand here on collective personal privilege as it is already August 30, and I know this will be an issue 3 days from now on September 3. Mr. President, last March, nag-viral po sa social media ang isang kababayan natin na dumaan sa talagang nakakapagtakang immigration interview. But hindi pa sa job interview itong immigration officer na ito kasi hindi lang passport ang hanap, kundi pati daw yearbook at graduation photo. Napakahaba raw ng interview pero hindi lang oras ang nawala sa ating kababayan, ang masaklap nawalan din po siya ng 19,000 pesos na presyo ng ticket sa flight niya na hindi niya naabutan. Dahil sa tagal ng tanong ng mga immigration officers na ito. And now again, we are looking at the Interagency Council Against Trafficking's new sets of requirements for departing Filipino passengers. And we are left wondering, is all of this absolutely necessary, Mr. President? We are one with the IACAT, of course, in finding ways to protect our people from being exploited and finding themselves abroad with no proper employment and no means of coming back home. And we know that the point of departure is a crucial stage where we can act on this and prevent our people from leaving our care and becoming victims of trafficking. But there has to be a way to protect our people, Mr. President, without also hampering their right to travel. This is a constitutional right, Mr. President, and I'm glad we have one of the bar top-notchers here and several lawyers that are listening today. Nasa Article 3 ng ating Konstitusyon, Section 6, na nakalagay, liberty of abode and of changing the same within limits prescribed by the law shall not be impaired except upon lawful order of court, and neither shall the right to travel be impaired except in the interest of national security, public safety, or public health. The Constitution is not recommendatory, Mr. President. It is mandatory. as may be provided by law. That's correct, to add to that. But I don't recall in our 25 years as a legislator that we passed a law asking the people to submit their graduation certificate, their graduation yearbook, when you leave the airport, Mr. President. It is every right of a Filipino to travel. And truth be told, we want more Filipinos to travel domestically and internationally. Parang North Korea lamang po, Mr. President, ang hindi pumapayag na ipalabas ang kanilang mga kababayan. Ang kaso lang, minsan mas mura pa ang tickets papunta ng Hong Kong or Thailand kesa lumipad sa Boracay or Bohol. Kaya rin marami ng mga Filipino tourist ang pumupunta abroad. If you want foreign tourists to come here, because this is to boost our economy, we also want Filipinos who have the means to travel abroad, because that is a sign of a healthier, more economically stable Philippines. If we are pushing, Mr. President, for a middle-income economy by 2028, you have to remember that the executive should know this, and the Bureau of Immigration. Mas marami po tayong mga kababayan na mas malaki po ang spending power po nila, mas malaki po ang savings nila, at baka naman gusto po nilang makabiyahe sa ibang bansa kasama ng kanilang pamilya para maka-enjoy na kahit papano. We want, the truth is, Mr. President, is when a nation grows, as I mentioned earlier, it cultivates a growing middle class with more spending power, more savings, and larger capacity for travel. And since we are shooting for middle income status, as I mentioned earlier, we should be prepared for more outbound Filipino tourists as well. The immigration policies of old, Mr. President, will need to be adjusted to accommodate this reality. Hindi na po siguro pwedeng yung nakasanayan po natin sa immigration interview strategy ngayon, dahil hindi na po ata sapat ang number ng ating immigration officers sa dami ng Pilipinong palabas ng bansa. Kaya, pag babiyahe po kayo, pag tinignan niyo po yung airport, punong-puno ng tao dun sa immigration counters on their way out. And talagang ang kawawa po dito, binanggit ko nga kanina, karamihan sa kanila na offload dahil sa profiling. It's not racial profiling, it's economic profiling. Dahil kung makita, hindi magaling mag-English, hindi maganda ang kasuotan, hindi pa nakakabiyahe, automatic, 90% chance magkakaroon po ng second screening at matataranta po yung mga pasaherong ito. At sa second screening, aabuti ng ilang oras. Kaya minsan, nawawala na po yung ticket nila at hindi lamang yun, yung bayad sa hotel. Kasi papakita nyo po sa immigration officer na nakabayad na po kayo sa hotel sa ibang bansa. Eh kung na-offload po sila, edi wala na. Goodbye Philippines na po yung hotel reservation nila. Add to the ridiculous amount of requirements that our immigration officers have to inspect, talagang magkakaroon po ng delays and missed flights. We don't want to discourage our people from flying out, exploring other cultures, enjoying the hard-earned fruits of their labor. Ayaw naman po natin maging katulad ng binanggit ko kanina, North Korea, na sobrang higpit ng travel policy at halos business travels na lang ang naaprubahan. We have to find better, more efficient immigration strategies going forward. Strategies that protect our people but don't curtail their constitutional right to travel. Look at what our neighbors in Thailand are doing, for instance. From January to October 2022, the Department of Employment reported only 383 workers denied departure to prevent them from working illegally overseas. That same year, our Bureau of Immigration offloaded a whooping 32,404 Filipinos. Can you imagine that? 32,404 Filipinos were offloaded. Oh my dear. Granted, we have a larger population, but it is still worth asking, are we screening more strictly or are they simply screening more efficiently? And I'd like to also provide a guess that this may also cause alarm and it may contribute to more corruption. Because the secondary, ang balita sa amin, and I'm sure alam po ni Idol Rafi ito, pagdating po sa secondary screening, nasa private room na po yan. At kung ano-ano pang transaksyon na pwede mangyari. Di ba? Ika nga, dun sa private room na yan. it is prone to so much corruption. Ang nakakasama pa po, pasok ng tasok tayo ng mga pogo workers, kung sino-sino pa mga misfits from other countries, but we don't even allow our dutiful Filipino citizens to travel when they want to. Kasabay po kasi sa screening sa kanilang borders, mismo mga recruitment agencies po ang target nila for inspection. Ito rin ang kailangan natin palakasin dito sa Pilipinas. We have to bear down on these illegal recruiters because this is where the chain of exploitation starts. Hindi po tatayo to sa mga immigration counters at maghanap o maglilipat sa ibang bansa for illegal recruitment kung hindi po hinaya to ng mga illegal recruiters. Yan ang dapat hulihin, mga sindikatong iyon, Mr. President. Bago pa umabot sa airport ang ating mga kababayan natin, dala ang peking mga dokumento galing sa kanilang illegal recruiters, nakuhanan na sila ng napakaraming pera ng mga recruiters na ito. Yan ang dapat targetin ng ating Bureau of Immigration and the Department of Labor. They don't become victims once they arrive abroad. They become victims as soon as these recruiters pay on them right here on our shores. I have a friend who went to Japan, first-time traveler po. Ang binanggit niya sa akin, dito, 3 oras po ang kanya. Buti na lang, his flight, he came in 3 hours ahead. He barely missed his flight. 3 oras po ang paghawak sa kanya ng immigration. Isang katakot-takot na mga requirements na he had to get pa from his family in the province to send to him by Viber to show and present to the Bureau of Immigration. Hinanap pa po nila itong mga high school diploma and college diploma. Alam niyo po, pagdating niya sa Japan, nag-smile lang po yung Japanese immigration officer, tinatakan siya, have a good day. All of 2 seconds. Napakadali pa galing sa ibang bansa. Tayo dito, perwisyo ang tinatanggap ng ating mga travelers. Talagang perwisyo. So if we don't cut the problem at the level of illegal recruiters, then we would not have to ask for ridiculous requirements from every Filipino traveler before departure. Let us not victimize Filipino travelers with inefficiency, Mr. President. There are real perpetrators that we can target here, mainly illegal recruiters. And we must go after them instead of burdening everyone else. Huwag natin iparamdam sa mga Pilipino na kailangan pa nila patunayan ang lahat ng detalye ng buhay at kabuhayan nila para makalipad abroad. Karapatan po natin ito. Karapatan po natin lahat ito. At hindi na po dapat tayong pahirapan para dito. Again, let me remind everyone, it is a constitutional right. And the Constitution is not recommendatory, it is mandatory. Until the Bureau of Immigration can show me a law that we had passed that says that they need to submit all these requirements, I will remain skeptical. And I'm asking our dear colleagues in this chamber to support us in this issue to be able to allow our kababayans the freedom to travel. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senate President Mig Zubiri, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to make a short manifestation, Mr. President?
Yes, the Majority Leader is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
President. First of all, at the onset, may I just put on record my sincerest thanks and support to our leader, the leader of this institution, our Senate President, Mig Zubiri. Just recently, Mr. President, the IACAT issued another set or revised IACAT guidelines, Mr. President. And I'd like to put on record that this representation believed that it is unreasonable and misplaced as a solution to prevent human trafficking. Mr. President, human trafficking is modern-day slavery. It is the second fastest growing and second largest criminal industry in the world. In the Philippines, there were a total of 1,277 reported human trafficking victims in 2022, of whom 740 are sex trafficking victims, 537 are labor trafficking victims. Ang mga numero pong ito ay mga reported cases lamang, Ginoong Pangulo. Hindi pa ho kasama at tingin ko, naniniwala tayong lahat dito, na mas malaki po ang tunay na statistics nito. Ngunit tama po ba, Ginoong Pangulo, ang pag-i-issue ng 2023 revised guidelines? Tanong ko ho, Ginoong Pangulo, napag-aralan po bang mabuti ito? Ang epekto nito sa ordinaryong Pilipino na gusto lamang pong bumiyahe na may karapatan sa ilalim ng ating konstitusyon na pinagdiinan ng ating Senate President. Ano po ba ang epekto nito sa kanilang finances dahil ginagawa pa nating mas lalong mahal ang pagbiyahe? Ano ang epekto nito sa mental health ng ating mga kababayan na walang kasiguruhan ngayon na makalabas, makabiyahe dahil sa mga unreasonable na requirement ng Bureau of Immigration? Ano po ba ang epekto nito sa pagsugpo talaga sa sinasabi nilang dapat kasing sugpuin ang human trafficking? Kung nagkaroon na nga po ng 1,222 human trafficking incidents noong 2022 at kung ipapatupad itong revised guidelines na ito, Mr. President, ibig sabihin po ba zero na ang magiging biktima ng human trafficking? Ginoong Pangulo, nakapanlulumo po ang datos na mula mismo sa Bureau of Immigration. In 2022, binanggit ng ating Senate President, 32,404 Filipinos whose departure was deferred. Of that, Mr. President, 472 were found to be victims of human trafficking. Mr. President, we understand that the IACAT's intent in the issuance of guidelines is to mitigate trafficking. But imagine the possibility of offloading 98.54% of Filipinos. Hindi po ito margin of error, Ginoong Pangulo. Hindi po. There is something wrong with the process. And it is only right that we review our programs to ensure that we are truly upholding our sworn duty to protect our people. Kahapon, Ginoong Pangulo, we filed resolution, Senate Resolution number 762, to urge the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the government's actions to strengthen its efforts against trafficking in persons and the propriety of imposing the additional requirements in the 2023 revised guidelines, considering our constitutionally guaranteed right to travel. This is specifically concerning, considering, Mr. President, that recent investigations, I will say it again, recent investigations in the Senate have revealed that law enforcement agencies are actually the ones who are facilitating trafficking. And our border patrol seems incapable of actually preventing inbound trafficking of persons. Hindi ho ako nag-iimbento, Ginoong Pangulo. Nandyan po yung hearing nila Senator Risa sa Senate Committee on Women. Doon po sa hearing na yon, Mr. President, we recall that a scamming job in Myanmar recalled that their passports were actually stamped even before passing to the immigration counter. An act which could not have been done if not for the connivance of immigration officers. Last year, Mr. President, mismong ang opisina natin nakakuha ng report at tayo po ay nag-facilitate ng rescue of trafficked women in Myanmar who were enticed to work as call center agents in Thailand, but were eventually trafficked to Myanmar to work for crypto scams, online gambling, and even prostitution. Again, Mr. President, during the hearing of Senator Francis Tolentino in the Blue Ribbon Committee, last March 20, 2023, it was revealed a chartered flight bound for Dubai allegedly carried unauthorized individuals whose entries were facilitated by, again, immigration officers. Earlier this June, Mr. President, around 1,000 victims of human trafficking were rescued during a raid on the premises of Xinchuang Network Technology in Las Piñas, a Las Piñas-based Pogo hub. And this Pogo is suspected of human trafficking, crypto scams, and other illegal activities. Mr. President, bakit madaling makapasok ang mga foreigners na ito sa ating bansa? Pero napakahirap lumabas sa bansa ng isang ordinaryong Pilipino. Buti, Mr. President, kung dyan sa bagong guidance, pag politiko, kukunin yung lahat ng bank accounts, kukunin pati salin, I don't mind. Pero ordinaryong Pilipino, pag titripan, sadly, Mr. President, strict documentary requirements which should be imposed on foreigners entering the country are being imposed on our very own kababayans. The scheme of trafficking is multifaceted. and its prevention and suppression require an interagency approach. Kung padamihan po ng dokumento ang metric para mapigil ang human trafficking, ay matagal na po natin itong nalutas. Ginoong Pangulo, we'd like to remind everyone that IACAT is composed of 28 member agencies, including DOJ, PNP, DFA, DSWD, DILG, and the Bureau of Immigration. Hindi po dapat kababayan natin, hindi po dapat nasa kababayan natin ang bigat, Ginoong Pangulo. Instead of imposing stringent requirements on travelers, it is the government who should strengthen its programs against trafficking. Again, Mr. President, let me put on record my full and wholehearted support to our Senate President for enhanced government action against trafficking. Thank you, and may God bless us all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Senator Chis Escudero is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Scudero, after which Senator Cayetano and Senator Bong-Revilla.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Just a brief manifestation as well in support of the speech of our good Senate President. Mr. President, ang best practice sa anumang parte ng mundo, istrikto ang inspeksyon ng bagahe ng sinumang lumalabas sa anumang bansa. Pagdating mo sa bansang pupuntahan mo, random na lang yon at hindi na istriktong iniinspeksyon ang bagahe. Patungkol naman sa mga kababayan nating paalis, tao na ito at hindi bagahe. Hindi iniistriktuhan ang pag-alis maliban sa pagkakaroon ng valid passport at visa kung kinakailangan dun sa bansang pupuntahan mo at obligasyon ng bansang tumatanggap ng dayuhan na tanungin, may hotel ka ba? May insurance ka ba? Gaano katagal ka ba dito at kailan ka babalik? Hindi problema at hindi dapat tinatanong at inaasikaso ng immigration officials ng ating bansa, dayuhan man o Pilipino, ang mga bagay na ito. Hinahayaan dapat sila magbiyahe at hayaan natin yung bansa ang magtingin. Meron ka bang pambayad sa hotel? May kakayahan ka ba? Dahil bago sila inisyo ng visa, Mr. President, tiningnan at hiningi na lahat yan. Bakit kailangan pa ipresentang muli sa ating immigration officials? And in so far, Mr. President, that's the 32,404 Filipinos offloaded. May I seek the Chamber's support that in the special provisions of the 2024 budget that we include a provision that states that these 32,404 and anyone who will be offloaded will be reimbursed insofar as their expenses chargeable against the immigration fees being collected by the Bureau of Immigration, since a percentage of this goes to them anyway. Let it hurt them, Mr. President, so that they learn their lesson and so that they exercise the powers given to them, not arbitrarily, but with due diligence and care. Mr. President, I believe that discretion always equals corruption. Minimize discretion, you minimize corruption. Eliminate discretion, you eliminate corruption. This clearly gives a wide latitude of discretion based solely on profiling. Marunong ba mag-Ingles? Kaya ba mag-Ingles ng diretso? Ano ba yung forma? Ano ba yung sapatos? Yung mga bagahe ba niya nasa supot, nasa plastic bag, o maganda ba yung bagahe niya? Rimowa ba yan o ano? Mr. President, that is clearly arbitrary, unfair, and unjust. Now, whatever the reason may be, there is no proof and final decision that says that indeed this person offloaded will be engaged in prostitution or human trafficking. Therefore, it just behooves government to reimburse these 32,404 retroactively, Mr. President, even for previous years, chargeable, again, from the fees collected by the Bureau of Immigration. I hope our President can lead us insofar as inserting that provision in the special provisions for the budget of the Bureau of Immigration is concerned for the 2024 national budget. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator Scudero. Very good points indeed, and we will take that up during the budget deliberation. You have my support.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pia Cayetano is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to commend our Senate President for the timely delivery of his privileged speech, precisely because the subject matter is going to be effective as of September 3. I'd just like to share some insights. For many years, I have been involved In fact, the late Secretary Toots Ople was also very much involved in human trafficking efforts. So I'd like to remember her because she also worked very tirelessly on these issues. Mostly, of course, traffic victims are women, but of course it can also happen to men. So I do know many of the advocates personally, and I do know that they work tirelessly on issues that they're passionate about. But I have also, for the same amount of time, seen how well-meaning policies of government, especially when it involves agencies with 10, 15, 20 members, can come up with policies that really cannot be implemented in an orderly manner. And I think this may really be one of them, Mr. President. So let me just point out one example. I'm sure many of us in the Senate have received a request by text, email, or even people coming to us na patulong naman magpa-consularize ng document abroad, no? For the benefit of those who do not understand the importance of consularized or authenticated documents, when we need certifications of documents that have to be certified abroad, hindi yan basta-basta, kunyari affidavit, hindi yan basta-basta, kunyari affidavit of support, hindi basta-basta papansinin sa Pilipinas ang affidavit that was executed in another country. That person executing or signing the document must go to the Philippine Embassy to have it authenticated in the embassy. And I would receive messages saying, may kilala ka ba sa consul ng ganito? Magpapa-authenticate kami. It's very difficult because hindi ko naman sinisisi yung mga consular offices natin and embassies, pero baka sa dami ng trabaho, whatever. The point is, napakahirap magpa-consularize. And with this regulation that our Senate President mentioned, pag ikaw ay isang sponsored traveler, and ang relationship mo dun sa sponsor mo ay fourth degree of consanguinity or affinity, which actually is a term that a layman does not understand, pero i-explain ko, ganito lang yan. Pag ikaw to, ang nanay o tatay mo 1 degree, ang kapatid mo pababa 2 degrees, ang lolo mo naman 1 degree to the parent, 2 degrees to the grandparent. So, dun pa lang, bibilangin mo kung ano yung fourth degree, basically pinsan yon. Kung ang sponsor mo ay up to sa fourth degree, o di kaya you're not related to that person at all, kailangan mo ngayon mag-present ng original affidavit of support, duly notarized by the Philippine Embassy Consulate or the Honorary Consulate. So, napakaraming city in the world, nakilalang city ha, na wala tayong consular office. So for example, I'll give the example of Barcelona, Spain. For a while, meron tayong consular office sa Spain kasi ang embassy natin nasa Madrid. Tapos sinara natin yon under my protest in all sincerity kasi hindi ako naniwala ba't kailangan tanggalin yung consular office natin sa Barcelona. Pero nangyari yon. Ngayon yata, I don't know if our chairman of Yes, I know it's back na nga, naibalik na. So, pero dati wala yan sa Barcelona. Sa ibang lugar na napakarami pa rin Pilipino, whether it's Italy, Spain, ang daming cities na walang consular offices. Babiyahe pa na mga 4 na oras, 6 na oras ang mga kababayan natin para pumunta dun sa embassy or consular office na dun sila magpapa-authenticate. Lahat yan they have to do para ibigay nila dun sa kanilang sponsored traveler na Pilipino. Sa pag-explain ko palang napagod na ako. What more dun sa babiyahe mismo? Nakakapagod talaga, Your Honor. And may gastos pa yun sa kanila. They'll have to take a train, a bus. Sometimes lumilipad pa sila. Ang dami. I mean, I hope that the well-meaning, and I truly believe from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Senate President, na well-meaning naman yung mga gumawa ng rules na ito. But just as my colleagues will all, I hope, agree with me, you know when we all have our firm advocacies, and I put in one of mine, kailangan ganito, tapos si Senator Joel will say, eto rin, kailangan. Minority Floor Leader will say, eto rin, kailangan. And the Chairman of the Committee of Finance will say, eto rin, kailangan. Next thing you know, there's a long, long list. And there is no one overseeing it who will say na, sandali lang, teka muna, nahuli niyo ba yung perpetrator? Of course, hindi. Hindi nyo naman nahuli yung perpetrator. But yes, maybe, you will save a life. But at what expense? And are there not any more effective ways to protect our women, our children? Because let's not be misquoted, every single person here in this hall will agree that we want to protect the most vulnerable. Let us agree that that is a good objective. But the manner of implementing this does not seem to be aligned, does not seem to be the most effective way to protect the most vulnerable. In fact, it curtails constitutional rights of travel and even the opportunity to be reunited with your loved one. Baka hindi na sila magkita, Your Honor, dahil napakahirap mabuo itong proseso na ito. So yun lang, I just wanted to share my insights on the very well-timed, privileged speech of our Senate President. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Senator Pia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bong Revilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share the sentiments of the Senate President Subiri and our colleagues on the new IACAT rules. We already sounded the alarm as early as March this year after a viral video circulating online of one Filipino intending to travel to Israel who was whimsically asked to produce her school yearbook before the immigration officer. Pero tinitingnan na po namin ito, Mr. President, since last year, na mismong kaibigan ng aking anak na si Brian, ang papasya lang ng Singapore, twice in-offload, despite our correspondence with the Bureau of Immigration. Talaga nakakagigil, di ba? Ano po ang katwiran ng BI? Iba daw yung nasa legal at head office nila sa mga nasa airport at wala daw silang control ng nasa airport. Tama ba yun? Talaga nakakapanginig na laman itong mga ito. Walang katuturan at tila anti-Filipino ang polisiya. Instead of protecting our citizens from possible human trafficking, they are being unduly burdened by immigration officers. Sabi ko nga noon pa, mas lason sila sa gamot. Ang polisiya ng Bureau of Immigration. Lason. Filipinos have been enduring the long lines in our airports. Tinitiis ang haba ng pila at palya ng sistema. Tapos papahirapan nyo pa sila sa mga walang kwenta ninyong tanong na inihingi nyo ang base lamang sa inyong kapritso. Again, we ask, for whose benefit do you do these things? Para kanino ito? And what is really the goal in delaying our kababayans who only wish to travel outside the country? Epektibo ba ang ginagawa niyong paghaharang sa mga Pilipino? At bakit ginagawa ito at the expense of Filipinos who have legitimate reasons to travel? Katulad ng sinabi ni Senate President, when only 472 out of 32,404 offloaded Filipinos in 2022 are related in human trafficking. How can you say it is effective? Sa lagpas na 30,000 na in-offload at inabala ng immigration na yan, wala pang 4.2% na yan ang may semblance of basis. Mas nakakagalit pa. Only 1.45% ang sinasabi nilang connected sa human trafficking. Over 95% talaga inabala at pinagastos lang. Nakakaawa naman. Ibig sabihin, isa lang sa bawat 20 ino-offload nila ang medyo may basis. Hindi ba kalokohan yan? Sobrang daming naabala. Sobrang daming nasayang ang oras at pera na pinaghirapan nila. This really says something about the accuracy and efficiency of the performance of BI. There is no debate that we have to protect the Filipinos from human trafficking. Wala po tayong pagtatalunan dyan. But we must draw the line when the ends no longer justify the means. Our people deserve to be treated better and not fairly, if not fairly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bong Revilla. Si Senator Francis Tolentino is also recognized.
Mr. President, ako po ay nakikiisa sa inyong privilege speech. Kanina po, Mr. President, I arrived late during the Commission on Appointments deliberations, Mr. President, because I attended a graduation, Mr. President, nearby, GSIS Auditorium. It happened to be the graduation of the new batches of Bureau of Immigration officers. Ako po yung keynote speaker, Mr. President. Batches 23 and 24. They call themselves the Border Control Officers. They donned their ranks in front of me. Yung outstanding students, ako po yung naglagay nung kanilang mga badges, Mr. President, proudly, in front of their parents, Mr. President, in front of all the commissioners, Mr. President, and all the stakeholders of the BID. Mr. President, I just realized that pending before this body are 5 or 6 immigration reform bills na sinasabi sa akin nila, kailangan nila. But, Mr. President, even before I heard your speech, I exhorted them to be forthright in their functions, especially as regards national security. Binanggit ko rin po yung yearbook, nadagdagan po, binanggit ko na rin mga birth certificate, cedula, kung ano-ano na. And I think the new batches in front of me earlier this morning will be zealous in their jobs. Ang problema lang habang tumatagal siguro, Mr. President, baka nakakalimutan na. Kagaya nung sinabi ni Senator Chis Escudero, dumadami yung, lumalaki yung discretion. But I just hope and pray that the new batches of 114 po sila kanina, Mr. President, na nasa harapan ko ng mga bagong immigration officers. Sana po magpatuloy yung kanilang pagiging tapat sa serbisyo at sana po wag silang maligaw ng landas. At naniniwala rin po ako na dapat tulungan nila yung ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na yung lumalabas ng Pilipinas para magkaroon po ng karagdagang income. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Nagkataon lang po ako yung graduation speaker nila kanina. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Just for the information of Senator Tolentino, I'm sure it will be referred to your committee. You will be able to hear this hearing with fairness and efficiency, I'm sure, even if you presided over the graduation this morning.
And I don't think he needs to amend his speech a while ago, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, next to make a manifestation is the distinguished gentleman from Bohol and Davao, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be
Our
recognized, Mr. President.
distinguished Bisdak from Bohol and Mindanao, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to manifest that I would like to associate myself with the privileged speech delivered by the good Senate President. And Mr. President, since Senator Tolentino per his manifestation, seems to me that he is now the champion of the Bureau of Immigration. Since he's championing this agency, I hope that Senator Tolentino, during the hearings that he's going to conduct, after referring this privileged speech to his committee, I hope that he will give his good advice to the Bureau of Immigration people that, of course, alam natin, government is here to regulate. But over-regulation is next to oppression, Mr. President. Ang gobyerno ay dapat andyan, hindi para manggipit sa ating mga kababayan, kundi dapat ang gobyerno ay andyan para tumulong sa ating mga kababayan. instead of over-regulation, they should make the necessary facilitation. Tama ba yung word ko, Mr. President? Facilitation. To facilitate the movement of their kababayas na gustong lumabas. You can just imagine, Mr. President, yung isang OFW na hirap makahanap ng pamasahe. O kaya, hindi siya OFW. Yung mga belonging to the 95% na sinabi ni Senator Bong Revilla. At sinabi mo, Mr. President, na hindi pala yun sila potential victim of human trafficking.
Turista lang.
Turista lang talaga. Pinag-ipunan na yung pera na yan para makabiyahe sa Hong Kong, makabiyahe sa Singapore. How many years na pinag-ipunan yan? Tapos ngayon, bakasyon na sila kasama mga anak nila. Pagdating doon, porque, awan ko, for whatever reason, hinold sila, pinaghingan ng mga unreasonable na mga requirements. Tapos nakiusap na, ma'am o sir, 10 minutes na lang, lilipad yung aeroplano namin, maawa naman kayo sa amin, masayang itong aming ticket. Tapos walang ginagawa yung immigration officer.
Walang puso.
Walang puso. Heartless, Mr. President. In short, they are heartless. Hindi sila naawa sa ating mga kababayan, nagaganunin nila. I hope, Senator Tolentino, the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee should remind these people that they should have a heart to our kababayans. Kaya maraming problema ang Pilipinas dahil maraming tao sa gobyerno na walang puso sa ating kapwa Pilipino. That's true, Mr. President. Walang puso, kulang sa pagmamalasakit, kulang sa pagmamahal, kulang sa pag-aaruga. Dapat kung mahal natin ang ating kapwa Pilipino, siguro kukunti ang naghihirap ngayon. Just like yung hearing namin kay Mr. President, I almost cry nung umiyak yung father, yung uncle, nung bata na pinatay sa Nabutas, pinatay na baril ng pulis. Sabi ko, yung mga pulis, kayo mga pulis, mga anak rin kayo ng mahirap. Mga anak kayo, hindi kayo nagpupulis kung mayaman kayo. Pero ngayong meron na kayong badge, meron na kayong tsapa, nakalimutan ninyo kung paano maging mahirap. Nakita ninyo yung uncle na umiiyak dahil yung namatay yung kanyang pamangkin na nabaril doon dahil mistaken identity. Sana, kagaya rin sa Bureau of Immigration, huwag lang kalimutan yung tsapa nila na nakalagay sa puso nila, yung tsapa ng Bureau of Immigration, hindi yan power. Hindi yan power ang nakasama yan. Of course, may power and authority. Pero dapat ang nakalagay dyan yung puso na pagsiservisyo sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino.
Hindi yung power ng mga ngapi.
Hindi power ng mga api, kundi power na tumulong sa ating mga kababayan. Yes. You can just imagine yung ilang tao yun na talagang broken-hearted, Mr. President. Nawala yung kanilang ticket. Ewan ko kung kaya nating i-push yung suggestion ni Senator Chis Escudero na i-refund natin yun, yung mga kawawang kababayan na yun during the budget hearing. That's all, Mr. President. And again,
just to add, Senator Bato,
yes,
this institution, itong institution natin na Senado, also was successful in the investigation of tanimbala. Nalala niyo yung balang hinuhuli, halos araw-araw may balang hinuhuli dun sa NAIA. It was then, President, it was because of our investigations here na binusisi natin yung mga video, lahat ng mga in-interview po natin na witness na nagsabi wala naman silang dalang bala. At yung meron naman dalang bala, may license to own and possess. Nakalimutan po lang nilang tanggalin yung bala sa bag, pero hinihinga ng pera nito mga tao ito para kumita lamang. Ang ginawa po natin, in-expose po natin yan, and the administration of then President Duterte put a stop to it. He said, do not anymore arrest yung mga tanimbala na yan. Pag may bala kayo nakita, confiscate, tapos ang boxing, palusutin. And that was it. Problem solved. So it is our duty, and I'm with you, Senator De La Rosa, it is our duty to put this front and center to show all the shenanigans that are happening and for us to correct it for the Filipino people. Kaya salamat, Senator Bato. Sa
thank you, Mr. President. And also, advance thank you to Senator Tolentino for reminding the Bureau of Immigration people.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader, our Senate Minority Leader seeking the floor, I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
Well, in the first place, Mr. President, we'd like to thank you for bringing this topic before this floor. Kasi of course, medyo distracted tayo sa killing ni Jemboy, sinundan tapos ng killing sa Rodriguez Rizal. Si Jemboy, how old is Jemboy? Was Jemboy? 17 si Jemboy, sinundan ng 15 years old naman ang next victim. And then, so, maraming problema ang bansa, but this one is also a very big problem because it violates the Constitution as mentioned by our Senate President. And if you remember, Mr. President, when I delivered my more reasonable State of the Nation address, I mentioned that we have to go after the power trippers in government, yung mga abusado. Marami. So ito na, yun ang term na ginamit po ni Senator Bato, walang puso, pinagtitripan. And then, I also mentioned in that speech, Mr. President, that if we now really recognize that the right to travel is a constitutional right, we better revisit the travel tax, Mr. President. Kahit yung mga examples ninyo na offload, kasi hindi naman sila mga OFWs, kaya nga sila, tas in-offload sila. Nagbayad ng travel tax yun. And yet we say their constitutional right to travel was violated. We may also be the only country which taxes the exercise of a constitutional right. Pag-isipan po natin mabuti yun, Mr. President. Kasi my staff has traced the history of this travel tax. It was imposed before the 1987 Constitution. So, baka na-overtaken na po ng 1987 Constitution yung concept na yun. It should now be declared unconstitutional. And then, hindi ba sabi na economic managers natin na gumanda ang economy, 7% GDP growth rate. Ang ambition pa natin to be a middle income economy at the end of the Marcos administration. So, ano bang manifestation niyan kung gumaganda ang sitwasyon ng ating mga kababayan? Hindi ba yung magta-travel nga sila?
Yes.
Ang dami talagang, yung 32,000 na yun, grabe pa mabibiktima. So, kasi magbabiyahe kung tunay na gumaganda ang ekonomiya, yan ang manifestation or kilos ng ating mga kababayan. So, maganda po na mahiring na talaga ito. Kasi on its face, I think the regulations, meron kasing konsepto sa law na you can declare a law unconstitutional on its face. And itong immigration or IACAT regulations, kung yun yung binanggit ni Senator Pia, nakukuha ka pa ng proof, consularized affidavit from your relative to prove that you will be supported when you are in that country. Ano na po yan? On its face, it is unconstitutional because you cannot travel. Imagine, a Filipino cannot travel pag wala siyang consularized affidavit of support from a limited number of people pa. Kailangan relative pa niya, whatever. So, Mr. President, marami pong problema rito and it's good that you brought this up. But then kung September 3 na po ito, siguro ang panawagan natin dahil it takes time to call for a hearing. Maybe we authorize our Senate President to talk to the IACAT, which is headed by the Secretary of Justice, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President, na if they can suspend.
If they can suspend.
If they can suspend.
For the meantime.
On the argument that it's on its face unconstitutional. Pag-isipan naman nila mabuti ito.
Mr. Minority Leader, if you wish, if we all agree today, maybe today we can pass a resolution asking them to suspend and review their IACAT guidelines
Sige po.
before pending the investigation. And I'd like to put this as well on record, and I'd like to seek the support of the minority and all the members of majority. If it comes the time comes rather, when there are a lot of agencies, sometimes we shout to the highest heavens, hindi nakikinig. With the time that will come, that we need to file sa Supreme Court, a TRO, maybe I can enjoin the members to join me in filing a TRO to that effect, so that the Supreme Court can finally declare if it's constitutional or not. Because I truly feel, I'm not a lawyer, but within my heart, deep in my heart, it is unconstitutional. And all the lawyers here feel it is also unconstitutional. But for the meantime, with the permission of the majority leader, we can approve a resolution and adopt a numbered resolution today that will give the sense of the Senate appealing to the head of the IACAT, which is the
28 member.
under the DOJ, to suspend their implementation on September 3 until further study, particularly by by the Senate, no? Particularly the Committee on Justice.
Tapos, Mr. President,
Subject to
if
style.
I will be allowed to finish na lang, in the hearing of this topic before the Committee on Justice, so we can help na come up with ideas how to fight, how to combat human trafficking na
Yes.
hindi po ganito ka parang shotgun approach na
Yes.
to the extent that it violates the Constitution. So, yun lang po yun. Yun lang naman yung reklamo natin eh.
Opo.
It
I
clearly
am with you
violates
eh.
the Constitution.
It violates the Constitution. Sabi ko, it's not recommendatory, it's mandatory, it's a constitutional right. So, it violates the Constitution. It would have been a different story if it was not mentioned in the Constitution.
Correct, yes.
That is up for debate and argument, but it is in the Constitution.
So, that would be all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Intiveros is also seeking the floor.
Our
I hope that she
distinguished
recognizes
Deputy Minority
President.
Leader is recognized.
Thank you. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. In support of the privileged speech of the Senate President, but first, a quick aside, dahil nabanggit po ni Minority Leader yung paksa nung travel tax. Naalala ko po, kahit dun sa investigasyon na pinamunuan ni Senator Grace po, dun sa issue ng sobrang daming offloading ng mga pasahero sa iba't ibang airlines, that topic of the travel tax also came up. Ang particular na tanong noon ay, yun ba kapag nare-revoke or kung ano man, nare-refund sa mga pasahero? Dahil hindi malinaw na nare-refund. So, saan napupunta yun? What caught my attention, Mr. President, is that mabuti, across different privileged speeches or investigations, nasusundan po natin sa Senado ang isang common thread na pwede eventually may policy input tayo on those different topics na importante sa ating mga kababayan from different perspectives. And then just to the main point of my brief manifestation today, Mr. President, at salamat kay Majority Leader sa pagpapaalala, there is in fact an ongoing, it's practically 3 years in the running already, investigation ng Senate Committee on Women. Nagsimula po dun sa investigasyon sa POGO-related prostitution. Nag-evolve po siya into investigasyon tungkol sa illegal recruitment and detention by Philippine-based POGO companies, pati na mga foreign nationals na babae. And then dumako sa pinakamahabang yugto nun so far, investigasyon dun sa notorious na Pastilla scam. Itong huling pasarang yugto ay doon na po nakatutok sa human trafficking and crypto scamming. So kapag po finally na ilabas na po ng ating Committee on Women, yung committee report sa mahabang investigasyong ito, ay doon makakaambag pa din ang aming komite sa mga rekomendasyon na totoong nakatutok sa pagsugpo ng human trafficking, which is the avowed objective of these very strange guidelines. At umaasa naman po ako, Mr. President, including na yung IACAT na naging isa sa pinaka-dependable na partners ng Committee on Women at ng Senado as a whole, pati sa usapin ng pag-rescue ng ating mga kababayang biniktima ng human trafficking at crypto scamming, ay umaasa naman po ako na makikinig sila. At mas sa ganitong mga paraan, pati yung ibang mga mungkahi natin, nila lalabanan ang human trafficking, hindi sa pamamagitan nitong guidelines na tinalakay ng Senate President. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, I move that we refer the speech of our dear Senate President and the manifestations thereon to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. So,
There
Mr.
being no
President.
objection, motion's approved, and maybe we can also
Yes, Mr.
approve the
President,
resolution.
I'm now going to move, Mr. President, to approve an unnumbered resolution calling for the suspension of the implementation of the 2023 revised IACAT guidelines on departure formalities for international bound Filipino passengers, making each and every member of this chamber author, Mr. President, of
subject
this
to style.
unnumbered, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
We wait for the minority floor leader's comments.
Can a substance be added, Mr. President, that we are authorizing the Senate President to file on behalf of the Senate a petition before the Supreme Court
Yes.
to issue a TRO if it should still be necessary.
Maybe separate resolution, according to my colleagues
Separate
here in front, possible second resolution.
So, Mr. President, I move for the previous question, and again, I will move that we approved an unnumbered resolution calling for the suspension of the implementation of the 2023 revised IACAT guidelines on departure formalities for international bound Filipino passengers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, all members being co-sponsors and co-authors of the measure, there being no objection, motion is approved and it's adopted.
Yes, Mr. President. And for the second resolution, Mr. President, may I move that we recognize our minority leader, Mr. President?
Maybe, would you want to do it, Senator Coco, after our discussions? Because they might amend the guidelines and there will be no need to go to the Supreme Court.
Correct,
Or-
but can we, in the spirit of that previous resolution, can we pass this resolution? Should it be still necessary?
Necessary, yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
So what is the essence of the resolution? That the Senate will now authorize our Senate President
Yes, through Senate legal
to
as
file
well.
the necessary petition or case before our courts, most notably the Supreme Court, should it still be necessary, should the circumstances show that it's still necessary for court intervention to
Yes.
put a stop to these IACAT regulations, Mr. President.
Being unconstitutional.
Yes, for
Yes,
being
being
unconstitutional.
unconstitutional, subject to style.
That is a motion, and I join the motion, Mr. President, of our minority leader. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, subject to style, the unnumbered resolution is hereby adopted. Thank you very much to our minority floor leader
Thank
for
you,
that.
Mr.
Thank
President.
you.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2233 under Committee Report number 71. This is the Bill on Public-Private Partnership Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there be no objection to the motion? Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. And with that, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The period of amendments is approved. Is
Mr.
open.
President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Joseph Victor Ejercito, for individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Rule Number 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill Number 2233 under Committee Report Number 71, or the Public-Private Partnership or PPP Act. With the permission of the body, I move to amend the bill by deleting the entire text thereof after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute as filed with the legislative bills and index surveys and earlier distributed to the senators. Further, we also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Majority Leader, no objection. We'd like to recognize our distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Just a question on the procedure we're following, Mr. President. A factual question muna. Was the bill we were considering under the committee report already a substitute bill, Mr. President?
No.
Not yet, Your Honor.
No, not yet. Okay. So, when we are amending this, is this now in the nature of an individual amendment by our sponsor, but it is in the entirety is being amended?
Yes. In the nature, Mr. President, of a substitute bill, Mr. President.
Yes.
Under our rules, yes.
As an individual amendment of the
Yes,
sponsor.
Mr. President.
Okay. Just to be clear, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then we need not read the amendments anymore, Mr. President.
Yes. Because they had substituted it with this measure, with incorporating all the amendments provided for by our colleagues.
And may we know when was this distributed, Mr. President, the copy?
This morning, last night and this morning.
Last
Your
night
Honor,
and this morning.
Mr. President.
So it would be reasonable to request for time to go over.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Also, Mr. President, I would like to thank our colleagues who submitted their amendments and shared their inputs for the improvement of the bill. Namely, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda on the standardization of processes and requirements for PPP projects, promotion of transparency and accountability, and the integration of climate resilience and sustainable development principles in developing PPP projects. Second is Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva on the protection of our Filipino workers in the implementation of infrastructure projects under the proposed bill. Of course, our Minority Floor Leader Coco Pimentel on his proposal to define several important terms which we have included in the bill, such as financial close, generic preferred risk allocation matrix or GPRAM, land value capture, and value for money. These terms are crucial in understanding and simplifying PPP schemes and concepts. We are also grateful to the classifications raised by Senator Pimentel during our debates, which guided us to further clarify the solicited and unsolicited proposals in the bill. We also adopted the proposal of the Minority Leader on the creation of a risk management fund for LGUs. Under the said proposal, our LGUs will be equipped and secure in entering and employing PPP schemes to advance local development. Next is Senator Grace Poe on the adjustment of threshold in the approval of PPP projects, the imposition of heavier penalties in the commission of prohibited acts under the bill, providing additional qualifications to be considered, best and most advantageous proposal, and additional criteria in approving additional tolls, fares, fees, rentals, and other charges and adjustments. Next is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, on the inclusion of more safeguards and strengthening the capabilities of our implementing agencies, specifically the PPP Center, in the better implementation of PPP programs and projects. Next is Senator Alan Cayetano for his proposals to reinforce local autonomy by expanding the authority of LGUs under the measure. However, we opted to uphold and amplify their autonomy by maintaining their unequivocal authority to approve PPP projects, regardless of project costs, save only in cases where national plans and government undertakings are involved. Senator Mark Villar on his support and openness in maintaining the safeguards that we have incorporated in the bill and for providing proposals which will balance the interests of the public and private sectors. And last but not the least, Senator Chis Escudero on his clarifications during the period of interpellation, which we used to improve and strengthen the crucial provisions of this measure. In particular, we have adopted his proposals on, number 1, the determination of the best and most advantageous proposal. Number 2, on the bid bonus system. Number 3, on public bidding for solicited proposals. Number 4, on the bid parameters and awarding of project to bidder. Number 5, on bid parameters for joint ventures. And number 6, on approval of LGU PPP projects. That's all, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, before I make the necessary motion, Mr. President, I'd like to correct Mr. President, this representation's answer a while ago when the minority leader asked on whether or not the substitute bill, we are actually working, even before the motion of the sponsor, is actually a substitute bill. It is a substitute bill already, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I joined the motion of the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to adopt this substitute bill, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. To amend, Mr. President, in the nature of a substitute bill, Mr. President.
There being
So moved, Mr.
no
President.
objection, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2233. So moved, Mr. President.
Yes, to allow our colleagues to study the substitute bill. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Resume.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2243 under Committee Report number 85. This is the bill on Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, consideration of said measure is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellations and debate. So with that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
If there's no objection, the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized and to interpret our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. May I ask a few questions on just one topic about the bill? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor. We're interested in this Salt Industry Act and its implications for iodine deficiency disorders here in the Philippines. So by way of a brief background to my few questions, the Salt Industry Bill aims to develop and revitalize the Philippine salt industry by providing support and incentives to local salt producers, processors, traders, and distributors. The bill also seeks to promote the production and consumption of natural sea salt. Now, one of the provisions of the bill is to exempt natural sea salt from mandatory iodization, as required by Republic Act No. 8172 or the ASIN Law. The bill also exempts salt used for industrial, agricultural, and animal feed purposes from iodization. However, this provision may pose risks to the progress made in addressing IDD, or iodine deficiency disease, in the country. IDD is a serious public health problem that affects millions of Filipinos, especially pregnant women, infants, and children. IDD can cause goiter, cretinism, mental retardation, impaired growth and development, and increased susceptibility to infections. According to the Food and Nutrition Research Institute, iodine deficiency is still prevalent among lactating women, 15.5% of them, and pregnant women, 11.9% of them, based on the 2018 to 2019 Expanded National Nutrition Survey. Universal salt iodization has been a major driver for the reduction of IDD. It is also seen internationally as being a very cost-effective way of avoiding the financial burden of disease for those with IDD. Conservative estimates place the cost-benefit ratio at 1 peso of iodization cost, leading to 30 peso savings in terms of avoiding health costs. So, one would logically suspect that the relaxation of universal iodization could lead to a costly retrogression of past gains in IDD reduction. So, good sponsor, to my first question, even if salt iodization may have had an effect on the decline of the salt industry in the country, posible po kayang may iba pang mga dahilan na pwedeng paliwanag yung decline ng salt industry sa nakaraang mga taon? Good sponsor.
I would like to say that there are other causes, like in Las Piñas, it's urbanization. That is not anymore practical to convert our salty water into salt. Yeah. But in the long run, it's not the major cause. The major cause is that bill, which is supposed to not require all salt to be iodized, they did not specify in the bill. So that bill thought that the farmers thought that everybody has to iodize. And because of that, the farmers didn't know how to iodize, and there were no provision in the bill to help them learn how to iodize. So they just stopped producing salt. When in fact, 40% lang ang of the salt will be for food and should be iodized, and 60% will be used for 50% for coconut and 10% for industrial use, and they did not anymore produce salt because they didn't know how to iodize. And what happened? They import non-iodized salt also, the importer. When our people when our farmers stopped producing salt, they imported non-iodized salt and they did the iodization in the Philippines. So, pwede ring nag-produce ang farmer natin ng non-iodized and then yung gagamit sa food, i-iodize nila. But because there are facilities in the Philippines to iodize salt. So, parang ang gusto lang namin, we are not preventing iodization. We just want our salt industry to produce non-iodized salt, and those who will use it for food will iodize it with the control of the FDA, and for those non-iodized, then we can use it for other purposes, especially for fertilizer of the coconut industry. Parang ganon. Hindi, even in other countries, it's like that. It's not a requirement. It's just a requirement for food. It's not a requirement for all the uses of salt.
Good sponsor, in addition to yung sinalay sa inyo about the effect of the law on the salt farmers, urbanization in urbanizing areas, hindi po kaya posible na halimbawa yung pag-iksi nung summer months, yung naging mas madalas yung mga destructive storm surges malapit dun sa salt farms, yung pagbiyak, no, pag-crack ng lupa tuwing severe El Nino events, o kahit yung sustained na mataas na presyo ng kuryente na napunta tuloy sa non-adoption ng mga modern technologies. Hindi kaya posibleng mga dahilan din ito na nag-decline yung salt industry.
Yeah, but-
and before the good sponsor answers, may I just make of record, Mr. President, we have no objection to not iodizing salt for industrial uses. So para lang malinaw po yun. So yun po, Madam Sponsor, hindi kaya posible yung ibang mga factors na binanggit ko ay dahilan din na bumaba or bumagsak yung salt industry.
Hindi masyado ang effect ng electricity sa salt industry because it's manual. Yung sinasabi nga nilang artisan salt is the old style of producing salt. Oo. And I would say that they did not produce any more salt because the regulation is very strict. It says here, regulation promulgated shall, for its effective implementation, would be that they will punish by a fine of not less than 1,000 pesos and not more than 100,000 pesos, provided, however, that if the violation is committed by any officer, director, or member of a business and juridical entity acting beyond the scope of his authority, such officer, director, or member responsible therefore shall be personally liable for the fine, provided further that such violation shall suffer a revocation of its business permit and or ban of its product from the market, provided finally that the BIFAD, in coordination with the LGUs concerned, shall be authorized to impose and collect fines from the violators, and such collection shall accrue to BIFAD for its use in the implementation of this act. With 50% of local demand is for coconut fertilizer, and that does not need iodization, yet the small local salt farmers were discouraged to produce salt because they thought they need to iodize and they were not equipped with the capabilities to do so. Yun ang major reason why they stopped producing salt. Maybe may mga other reason, but it's not. Kasi yung mga malalaking salt producing is nasa probinsya, di ba? Not in the urban areas, it doesn't need electricity, and hindi naman, parang mas natakot sila. when in fact, the intention of that iodization is just for food. But they did not mention that it's not for food. They mentioned that everything should be iodized. So there is also a misrepresentation here nung ginawa yon. Kasi meron ding mga interest that would want the small farmers to stop producing salt so that they will be able to monopolize the salt industry. In fact, that has been proven. And we just don't want to mention names because that is a thing of the past. With this bill, we can correct all of those and maybe help our small farmers to be able to produce salt again better and maibalik natin yung dati na 93% is locally produced, 7% imported, na ngayon ay nagbaliktad, 93% ang imported, 7% ang locally produced. Yun lang ang intention natin. Pero we are not stopping iodization. And if you look at other countries, ganun din sila. They iodize for food, but not for all the salt industry.
Salamat, good sponsor, also for mentioning other countries because I'll get to them in a moment in my next question. Ano lang, tingin ko, importante pa rin i-observe na yung iba pang mga factors na binanggit ko, yung may kinalaman sa summer months, destructive storm surges, yung pagbiyak ng lupa, are in fact also
Alam
rural
na natin yan
phenomena, hindi
we have
urban.
accepted the fact that salt production will be for 6 months and the rest of the time when there is a typhoon or plenty of water, then they will use the salt beds as aquaculture, as additional income to the farmers. We have accepted that. Talagang with our costings, talagang 6 months lang a year ang salt production. And the rest of the year, we can use the salt bed for aquaculture.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. Sige, dumako na po tayo dun sa other countries na binanggit din nila. And yung isang unang point ko po lamang po ay, in other words, many countries adopted universal salt iodization. Ngayon,
For food.
Okay. Pero at nung ginawa po nila iyan, nasaksihan din po ba nila na nag-decline yung kanilang salt industry?
No. In the United States, iodized salt is not mandatory. In Canada, it's used for food, but hindi mandatory. In China, they required for food, but not for other purposes. And sinasabi pa dito na medyo masama daw ang implementation pa doon, di ba? In India, it's required for food, but not for other purposes at masama din ang implementation. In Malaysia, it's only required for food. In Japan, hindi nila nire-require ang iodization because salt iodization is not needed to maintain population iodine sufficiency because they eat a lot of nori, kombu, wakame, hijiki, or that is equivalent to iodine, that will give them more iodine. In Norway, it's voluntary and it's not common. In other places like what do you call this? Iceland, Norway, Denmark, and Finland, they eat a lot of fish and milk to compensate for iodine.
Thank you, good sponsor. Laging helpful na mag-comparison din tayo sa karanasan ng ibang mga bansa. So just to add to the record tungkol po dito, tungkol sa salt iodization nga worldwide, between 1942, during World War II pa po, and 2020, very recently, 123 countries have legislation on salt iodization. As of 2021, couple of years ago, 124 countries have mandatory salt iodization and at least 21 other countries allow voluntary salt iodization. May pananaw po na mandatory legislation is the most reliable approach. Dito lang po sa Asia, 35 countries have legislation. And Lastly, yung isang health observation, majority of countries with voluntary fortification are iodine sufficient at the national level. So just for the record, Mr. President, para i-enrich yung discussion namin ng good
When you
sponsor
talk
dito.
of requirement for iodization, it's voluntary. It's not a requirement. It's only for food. It's not for everything that all salt that you produce. I want to clarify that. Maybe you mistake that when you have legislation, it's mandatory. It's mandatory for food, but not for all kind of salt that you produce. And that is what we are doing also. It's not mandatory for
Yes.
all the salt
That's
we're
correct,
going
Mr.
to
President. It's
produce.
for food.
It's for food only. We
Yes.
are not stopping them from producing iodized salt. We have the facility to do that. It's just that we want it not to be mandatory that all salt produced will be iodized. Kasi natatakot ang farmer doon. No? They do not know how to iodize. And dito sa Pilipinas, when they implemented that rule, hindi naman din iodize yung ini-import nilang katakot-takot. They just iodize here in the Philippines. Pinaltan pa nila yung local salt with imported na hindi rin naman iodized. So why will we do that? There was really an intent to divert the attention of the farmers. I don't thought that they will be punished if they don't iodize. When in fact, they can buy the salt non-iodized and iodize them themselves for food. Oo. Ganon din ang ginawa nila sa importation eh. Oh, so why will we do that? If our farmers can produce ordinary salt and we need to iodize it, then we iodize it. But let the farmers produce ordinary salt because that is what they can do. We should not penalize our farmers because of a vested interest that they will want to control the salt industry.
I agree, Mr. President, good sponsor. Yung punto ng interpellation na ito certainly is not to protect any vested interest. And to reiterate, couple of points I made earlier, ang main interest dito ay yung iodization for food. And second point I made earlier, no objection to not iodizing salt for industrial use. Ang concern ko po, Mr. President, good sponsor, and which may hopefully be subject to amendment at the proper time, meron pong crucial provision sa SALT Committee Report, Section 25, which reads, notwithstanding the ASIN law, salt iodization for food-grade salt is hereby rendered optional. So, kapag ganito po, and as I said at the proper time, I will propose an amendment for the good sponsors consideration. Ang concern po dito ay, this section would modify or even emasculate the existing mandate that only iodized salt shall be available in food outlets and restaurants. At yung existing mandate din na salt for animal feeds and for food processing shall be iodized. So ito po yung babalikan ko at the proper time for the sponsors' consideration for possible amendment, Mr. President.
We can accept your amendment in the period of amendment.
Thank you very much para doon, good sponsor. And for yung openness ng good sponsor dun sa worry ko lang na kasi a wrong diagnosis might lead to an incomplete or even a wrong cure. So salamat po sa pagiging bukas nila sa possible amendment at the proper time. Yung susunod kong tanong, good sponsor, Madam President, baka medyo natalakay, unless the good sponsor would like to add, do we know kung meron bang ibang mga bansa na nag-relax din ng salt iodization mandates? At nakapagtanong po ba yung komite dun sa epekto niyang relaxation ng salt iodization? Epekto nun specifically sa IDD reduction sa mga bansang iyon?
I don't think so because their legislation is not mandated for all salt production. Iodization was required for food. not for all salt production. So, hindi mangyayari na babagsak yung salt production nila. Like for example, we are importing from Australia, ibinibigay nila sa atin non-iodized salt. So, they are the biggest supplier of salt to the Philippines, and yet ang ini-export sa atin ay non-iodized salt. So ina-allow din silang mag-produce ng non-iodized salt. So, wala akong nakita na they were required to produce all their salt to be iodized. Sinasabi lang na they should produce food salt. They are requiring salt for food to be iodized, not the whole production of salt. So, wala tayong makikita na bumabagsak kasi tayo lang ang nagkamali na ni-require natin lahat ang salt natin to be iodized.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Ang particular interest ko dun sa ibang mga bansa ay yung mga nagkaroon initially ng salt iodization mandate, pero ni-relax yun. And for those countries na nag-relax ng ganong salt iodization mandates, may epekto ba sa IDD reduction sa kanilang mga bansa, yung reduction ng iodine deficiency disease?
For food, di ba? Lahat ng bansa, walang yung wala. It did not happen in other countries. Kasi ito namang atin talaga, the intention was to require iodization in food, in salt to be used for food. Kaya lang na misinterpret kasi hindi nila nilinaw. And then natakot yung mga farmers, so they thought that they all have to iodize. In fact, that is the impression before, that everybody has to iodize their salt production. Pero hindi naman yun ang intent of the law, kaya lang hindi nilinaw sa law. So it was misinterpreted. Oo. I think all countries ganon. They don't require full iodization. They just want to require iodization for their food salt, for the salt used for food. Tapos sa atin na misinterpret, and we followed it for how many? 25 years. So it's time to change it and to be clear about it. We're just making clear that you can produce salt as is, and then if you going to use it for food, then iodize it. We require it to be iodized.
Mr. President, I share the sponsor's concern na maging klaro tayo at hindi tayo maging subject sa misinterpretation sa batas na ito. Kaya tingin ko po, useful pa rin mapag-aralan kung anong naging health experiences ng mga bansa na nag-relax nung mandatory iodization nila for food. Dahil yun din nga po yung ni-raise kong concern kanina sa Section 25 na pinasasalamatan ko yung good sponsor na open sila sa amendment
Kasi
at the
nag-relax
proper time.
ng bansa ng food ng salt iodization, they can get their iodine from other sources like US, Japan, Canada, yung mga iba pang sinabing countries. So, wala silang bad experience because they can get their iodine from other sources.
Of course,
The other sources
yes, Madam
is,
Sponsor.
what else? Seaweed, codfish or bacalao, dairy, eggs, lima beans or patani, tuna, shrimp, and prunes. Yes. These are the other sources of iodine. Na makikita naman natin, meron naman din tayo nito, di ba? So, yung mga other countries na nag-relax, hindi naman sila nagka-problema sa iodization kasi may other sources sila. At saka yung kind of, yung kind of diet nila, nakaka-fulfill nung iodine content na kailangan nila. Tayo kasi, maybe our diet is different. That's why we need to use iodized salt. But other countries, they do not need that. They have other food which they can take in that will provide them iodine.
Well, Mr. President, I think like the good sponsor, mas pinaprioritize ko rin po na tayo makapag-supply ng essential nutrients natin, pati sa usapin ng iodine, kesa kailangan nating iangkat sa ibang mga bansa. And again, that's why I look forward with hope dun sa openness ng good sponsor sa possible amendments sa Section 25 nitong bill, Mr. President.
Tsaka siguro, kaya tayo, what we should improve in is our information drive to inform the people of how they can get their daily iodine requirement from other food sources, not only from iodized salt. It says here during the 90s and early 2000, we introduced the Go, Glow, and Grow foods to school children. We also introduced the food pyramid and the Pinggang Pinoy, or an illustration that shows how the portion of our food should be. It will be very helpful if we also inform the people of the importance of iodine and where they can get iodine aside from iodized salt. So it's an information campaign also. Siguro dun tayo lacking, and we should ask the National Nutrition Council to do this. Oo. And the DOH under yun, di ba?
Yes, salamat Mr. President sa good sponsor for mentioning two important agencies na babanggitin ko rin po sa mga huling tanong ko, ang DOH at saka yung NNC na silang nagfo-formulate nung PPAN, no? Yung Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition. Siyempre, sa information drive na yon, importante ring maibahagi sa ating mga kababayan yung isang fast fact na nabanggit ko kanina na ang taas ng cost-benefit ratio ng pag-source ng ating iodine sa Filipino diet mula sa iodized salt. 1 peso of iodization cost leading to 30 pesos savings in terms of avoiding health costs dahil sa IDD. So, kahit sa usaping piso at centavo, winner talaga yung iodized salt in
I
our
want to
food.
reinforce the
Yes, Madam
fact
Sponsor.
that we are not prohibiting iodization of salt. We just don't want that our salt farmers will be required to iodize their salt. We are requiring the one who will provide food for the people to iodize their salt. But the farmers can produce ordinary salt. That's the essence of the bill.
Naintindihan ko po yun, Mr. President, and pagpasensyahan na lang po ako ng good sponsor dahil kasalukuyan yung ini-interpellate ko pa ay yung bill na may existing Section 25 na nagbabanggit nga po na salt iodization for food grade salt is hereby rendered optional. So para on the record lang po yung abiding concern na iyon, and umaasa naman ako na pagdating sa proper time in the period of amendment, hopefully, at sa input din ng DOH, makapaghanap ng mutually acceptable na formulations. So, moving on to my next question, Mr. President, nakapagkonsulta ba ang good sponsor sa mga eksperto para i-assess kung papaano yung exemption sa iodization, halimbawa iodization ng salt for food preservation o salt na ginagamit sa animal feed, kung papaano yung exemptions dito ay pwedeng maapektuhan yung availability tsaka accessibility ng adequately iodized salt in the market. So mas, sa purchasing side na po.
I just want to inform you that we did not exempt for iodization the salt used in food preservation and animal feed. And a misinterpretation of the law, maybe you should correct then kasi iba intindi mo, pero we did not exempt. In fact, there is
Ayun na nga eh.
we did not exempt. It's a conception.
It's not required, it's optional. Apo. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, again, pag naamyandahan po natin yung Section 25, which mentions that salt iodization for food-grade salt is food-grade salt, na yun ang pangunahing concern po nitong interpellation. salt iodization for food-grade salt is hereby rendered optional. So yun pa po yung current formulation ng Section 25.
So,
At ang concern ko nga po ay only iodized salt, ma-modify yung mandate na sa ngayon na only iodized salt shall be available in food outlets and restaurants at yung existing mandate na salt for animal feeds and for food processing shall be iodized. So, yun po kasi yung current formulation ng Section 25 eh. Kaya kahit medyo paulit-ulit, ina-approach ko from itong different issues.
Kasi may position paper dito ang Philippine Society of Animal Nutritionists that it should not be required for animal feed, maybe for human but not for animal feed. As such, the sense of requiring iodized salt to be used for animal feed is questionable as having any direct impact on improving iodine deficiency levels in human. So yung animal, hindi nila gusto na i-require sila. This is the position of the Philippine Society of Animal Nutritionists. It's only in human. But it's optional. If they want, they can. But if not, they don't have to. In terms of animal feeds. Oo. Yung
Yes, Mr.
human lang. But because the position paper of DOH is it's necessary for human.
Opo.
But not animal. They have their position paper also.
Yes. Salamat, Mr. President, sa good sponsor. And speaking nga po of humans, ito naman po yung Department of Health position on salt na they maintain their position in their paper submitted to the committee na, and I quote, the DOH remains steadfast in its recommendation to continue the mandatory iodization of all food-grade salt.
Yeah, and we are not against that. In fact, we are supporting the iodization of salt for human. Oo. It's just that we don't want all salt to be iodized. And the farmers can produce non-iodized salt, which the food producers can iodize by themselves.
Then, Mr. President, yung sinasabi po ng good sponsor ay kailangang i-reflect consistently at the proper time nga po sa period of amendments sa Section 25. Dahil ang sinasabi po sa Section 25, salt iodization for food-grade salt is hereby rendered optional. So, yung language po nitong Section 25 sa ngayon ay kontra dun sa sinasabi ng good sponsor. And kaya ko po inuulit-ulit po ito, this single topic, dahil health outcomes should carry equal weight in the pursuit of economic development. And they can. Lalo
When
na
you
po
say
kung
kasi
sa
food
period of
grade,
amendment.
it's not necessarily for human. Di ba? Pwedeng animal food. Di ba? Kaya i-rephrase na lang natin kasi pinag-aawayan natin yung something that we can rephrase. So,
Mr. President, good sponsor, I'm hearing the advice of my minority leader. Baka rin po, bukod sa Section 25, baka rin po sa definition of terms,
Okay.
maamyendahan po natin at the proper time para i-convey yung intent ng good sponsor at the same time sustain yung protection natin ng health outcomes,
Okay.
Mr. President. So,
nyo na lang.
if that's okay at this point in time, I'll move on to my next question, Mr. President. Related pa pala, bago ako dumako, good sponsor sa DOH and finally sa National Nutrition Center. Paano po kaya itong mga possible actions, itong mga exemptions to iodization enabled by the bill in its current form, paano ito mag-i-impact sa iodine intake sa nutritional status ng vulnerable groups tulad ng pregnant women, mga bagong panganak, at saka mga bata, Mr. President?
We are not removing the power of the DOH and the National Nutrition Council to require that there should be salt iodization for humans. Oo, wala namang problema doon. We're clear on that. Except that we don't want them to require that all salt produced in the Philippines to be iodized. Ang gusto natin, free ang farmers to produce salt, and then those which will be used for human will be iodized. Yun lang ang gusto natin, di ba?
Salamat, good sponsor. So, ito na, yung mga huling tanong ko kaugnay ng DOH at saka ng NNC. Ang DOH po ba, Mr. President, kasalukuyan, capable silang mag-identify ng mga pinaka-importanting channels ng iodine intake para sa mga Pilipino?
So that is their mandate.
Yes.
As an agency. So as a department of the Philippines, so they have to do that. Oo.
Yes, Madam Sponsor. At sa kasalukuyan po ba may mga personnel sa DOH na
Of course.
marunong sila, alam nila paano i-weed out o paano mag-grant ng exemption sa present uses of iodized salt, halimbawa sa preserved food, sa manufactured food, present uses ng iodized salt na of marginal importance lang sa pagtugon sa iodine deficiency dito sa Pilipinas.
The Food and Drug Administration will do that.
Alright, thank you, good sponsor. And then ito, patapos sa interpellation and then papunta na sa at the proper time, yung period of amendments, may pangangailangan kaya na mag-make ng provisions muna para i-improve yung capacity ng DOH? Kasi kailangan niyang mag-perform ng mga bagong papel dito sa panukalang batas nito. At baka, di man sinasadya, baka mabigang daan yung elimination ng tinatawag na food pathways. Pathways sa pamamagitan niya na ang iodized salt makakaambag pa rin sa pagpapababa ng iodine deficiency disease.
That is really the job of the DOH. Oh, nothing has been changed. They're supposed to do that job before, and they will do it in the future. What we are helping now is the salt industry. We are not touching the DOH. So I hope they will do their job, and if they need budget on that, well, they have to indicate there in their General Appropriations Act, because that is their job. The FDA, the National Nutrition Council, and the DOH. That's not the job of the agricultural sector. The job of the agricultural sector is to encourage more farmers, salt farmers, to produce more salt for the Philippines, so that we will not import a lot of salt. We will produce our own salt in the country. Yun lang. Very simple.
And posible ba, Madam Sponsor, na magbigay ng, kunyari, leeway? Halimbawa, 2 taon, halimbawa, para ma-develop ng DOH yung organizational capacity niya
They
under
have
this
that
bill.
organization already. We don't have to develop that. They have been doing that for a long time.
Okay.
Wala naman binabago doon sa trabaho nila eh.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. President.
with the conformity
Yes,
of
Senator Quintana
yes,
is
with the
recognized.
conformity of the sponsor and the interpellating deputy minority, and in the interest of time, really, so I don't have to have my own interpellation, would it be all right if I just interject my thoughts on the very same matter?
Okay.
So we don't have to have
Yes, Mr.
separate, no? Thank you so much. Is that okay, Deputy Minority?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
okay.
Good.
Kasi lumabas talaga ako dahil pinapakinggan ko ang inyong interpellation. Ang aking concern lang naman po is on the health aspect, no? As you know, I handle the budget of health, and I've chaired the Committee on Health for almost 10 years. And I'm listening very intently. So, ang tanong ko is, tama ba yung intindi ko sa sagot ng ating sponsor na yung trabaho ng DOH na mag-provide ng health initiatives, interventions, hindi naman pinapakialaman, nandun pa rin, ano? But at the same time, Section 25, and I think this was pointed out by the Deputy Minority Leader, states that notwithstanding the provisions of RA 8172 or the ASIN law, salt iodization for food-grade salt is hereby rendered optional. And Her Honor confirmed that that is what is stated. So, technically, this bill nga po that is for the development of the salt industry now makes an impact on the health outcomes. I think that's what the Deputy Minority Leader was pointing out. And that is something I, as chairman of your Committee on Sustainable Development that tries to intertwine all the different concerns that we have, health, economic growth, and decent work, has to tie in together. Kasi it appears that it now will affect that program.
No.
So, yeah, so that's my question po.
Hindi, kasi daw yung mga naggagaling sa salt farm, palagi automatic sinasabi nila na food grade. Yun ang ginagawa, kailangan natin i-distinguish na yung nanggagaling sa salt farm, hindi lahat food grade. Oo, kaya yun ang meaning ng word na optional. Yung salt na for food is different from the salt for fertilization and industrial use. Yun lang ang gusto natin na i-distinguish. Kasi pag lahat ng, yun daw salt farm sa Pangasinan, pag lumabas, sasabihin nila, food grade. Hindi naman lahat ng salt ibebenta for food. 60% of the salt will be sold as ordinary salt for fertilizer and for industrial use. Yun lang. Kaya lang, ang intindi nyo, parang sinasabi nyo na yung food is optional. Yung iodization for food is optional. That is not the meaning of the word. Ang ibig sabihin nun, yung mga salt production, hindi lahat for food.
Okay.
So we just iodize the one for food and the rest is exempted from iodization. That is the meaning of the word.
So
if you want to change the word to a better one na mag-a-agree kayo, edi mag-compose kayo ng word na mag-a-agree kayo. But I'm telling you, we are not preventing iodization of salt for food. We are just not saying that all salt production should be for food because in reality, 40% lang ang for food, 60% is not for food.
So I think the wording that Her Honor is...
We have agreed to change the wording. So you suggest what kind of wording you want so that we don't misinterpret that sentence.
Well, actually,
Okay.
it's not the wording that I want. It's the wording that I hope will be clear to all. So I think the wording, from what Her Honor explained, which is clearer to me now, ang gusto natin sabihin is, salt production is not all
For food.
for food.
Oo.
Therefore, only food
Oo.
grade salt needs to be iodized. Is that
Ayun,
correct?
that's-
Yun lang
that's-
naman. So, let's
And
just
we are
rewrite
willing
that
to
as
change
a...
the sentence if you want to.
Yeah,
diba?
we will make that amendment. Thank you so much. Para I think we're all on the same page naman. So we will work with everyone to propose language. Thank you.
Isulat nyo na
Thank
yun
you to the
para-
gentlelady from Taguigan Pateros.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Senator Pia.
Thank you. If I may just go to my last question for this interpellation, Mr. President, good sponsor. Tungkol na lang sa NNC. Kailangan din kaya kanina nabanggit na rin ng good sponsor yung ating GAA, kailangan din kayang mag-earmark ng dagdag na funding para suportahan yung Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition o yung PPAN. Na yun po kasi yung main program para tugunan yung iodine deficiency sa iba't ibang population groups. Halimbawa, wala na pong tariff sa asin, di ba? Pagkatapos nating aprubahan yung RCEP.
Wala naman talagang tariff sa asin eh. Hindi naman talaga ina-allocate ang tariff sa asin industry or to the DOH, di ba? So wala naman talaga. And it's only 1%. In fact, I'm increasing it to 9% because I want a certain amount of money to be used to mechanize and to improve our salt industry. So kung may pagkukulang sa DOH, let's review the budget of DOH and then kung wala dun sa iodization, edi ilagyan ng budget sa iodization. But I think that's the concern of the DOH.
That's right.
And it's not the concern of agriculture. Kasi ang liit-liit lang nung tariff for asin, it's 600 million. And nung dinivide namin sa mechanization at warehousing, Parang matatayo lang namin every year is siyam na complete machine and then 6 na warehouse. So, napakaliit na noon to improve the industry, and we have to improve it a lot. So, if there is we look at the budget of DOH. Kung wala kayong nakita doon to help us be iodine sufficient, then we can include a budget in DOH.
At kung hindi nga mula dun sa 9% na pinopropose ng good sponsor, may mga existing tax and non-tax revenues na galing pa rin sa salt industry na posibleng ma-earmark sa government actions para bawasan yung IDD or iodine deficiency disease. Wala. Okay. Alright. Salamat, Mr. President, at maraming salamat, good sponsor. Naglo-look forward po ako dun sa period of amendment dahil napakahalaga pong klaruhin. Dahil a world away po yung optional sa mandatory pa rin for food grade salt na salt iodization.
Yeah,
Salamat, good
we'll
sponsor.
consult your office on how we can word it better. And then thank you very much, Deputy Minority Floor Leader, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. President, before I move for the, before I move to close the period of interpellations and debate, may I just ask one question, Mr. President, to
Yes,
the
please proceed, Majority Leader.
distinguished colleague. First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our sponsor. This is one of my pet bills, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank her for taking the cudgels and in sponsoring this particular measure. I just have one request, Mr. President, because I was looking at I was looking at the committee report, Mr. President, in section 10. There is a 90-day period of the transfer of public lands identified as suitable for salt making from the ENR to the BIFAR. Mr. President, I just wanted to find out if this is thoroughly napag-isipan, Mr. President, considering, Mr. President, yung BFAR's total permanent positions only 2,126 at ang field positions po ay only 1,585. So baka ho hindi sufficient yung period of time na nilalagay natin, but at the proper time, I may probably just make a necessary proposal to this particular provision.
Mr. President, I want to inform our Majority Floor Leader that they have talked, NAMRIA and the BIFAR and DNR, and they have identified the as 35,000 hectares. So they want to validate that, but they're very sure that they can give 11,000 hectares. Ano na yan pinramis na yan So it's a matter of documentation after the passage of the bill.
So
they have studied that.
I have no problems, Mr. President, if we'll be able to implement this. I have no problems with that, Mr. President. I just wanted to put that on record because sooner or later, baka marinig po natin, BIFAR would say they don't have sufficient manpower, expertise, and the capacity to perform this new mandate, Mr. President.
Andito yung BIFAR.
I just wanted to put that on record. So,
Di barilin natin pag hindi pwede.
ma'am, wag naman po nating barilin. Mr. President, one last thing, Mr. President. I also noticed, Mr. President, that the bill does not provide for a definition of subsistence, small, medium, and large salt producers, although these were used in some provisions of the measure. So I just wanted to put on record, Mr. President, that at the proper time, this representation would like to introduce some amendments if the sponsor would allow. Thank you.
I think we will include that in our amendments.
Thank you,
the
Mr. President.
definition. Diba?
That's all, Mr. President. With that, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2243 under Committee Report number 85. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 94, Committee Report number 95, Committee Report number 96, and Committee Report number 113. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill number 6553, 6552, 6128, and 7091 as reported out under Committee Report numbers 94, 95, 96, and 113, respectively.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
May we ask the Secretary General to read the title of the measure?
House Number 6553, Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Campus Act. 6552, Later Normal University, San Isidro Campus Act. 6128, Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca Campus. 7091, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, I move that we recognize the sponsor of both measures, the chairperson of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, to deliver sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished chairman of the Committee on Higher Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you,
May I
Mr.
just ask our
President.
colleagues there to...
Thank you, Mr. President, and my deepest gratitude to our distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, honorable colleagues of this August Chamber, as chairperson of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, I rise to sponsor Committee Report numbers 94, 95, 96, and 113, which seek to establish the following campuses: Leyte Normal University, San Isidro Campus, Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Campus, Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca Campus, and Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. As vowed by the university officials, what is being sought goes beyond a change of name, but a qualitative improvement in its offerings and outcomes. Their elevation into a regular campus brings with it certain autonomous decision-making prerogatives, and powers devolved would augur well for these campuses' future, as it will invite local stakeholders to engage more and be involved more in the affairs that is an integral part of their educational system. The committee amendments improve the House bills by including key provisions which are both goals and tools in achieving the desired quality standards expected of a higher institute of learning. The conversion and establishment of these campuses is driven not only by egalitarian motives of democratizing access to its portals, but in making sure as well that it is attended with excellence. These campuses are an essential part of the growth of their respective localities, Mr. President. As a province grows, so must the school grow, so it can train and require human capital to propel its progress. Education, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, is a development imperative. These bills ensure that it is for the present and for the future of these areas and those who dwell therein. I submit, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill numbers 6553, 6552, 6128, and 7091. So move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 108 on House Bill number 7861. This bill pertains to revised Bulacan State University Charter. So move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 7961 under Committee Report number 108.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to proceed with the reading of the title of the measure.
An act strengthening the Bulacan State University as a system, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefore.
We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Bulacan as well, our distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, honorable colleagues of this august chamber. As chairperson of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, I rise to sponsor Committee Report number 108, which recommends the approval with amendments of House Bill number 7961 entitled An Act Strengthening the Bulacan State University, expanding its curricular offerings and composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefore. It consolidates three bills, Mr. President, one that was passed by the House and two filed separately by members of the Bulacan detachment in the Senate, led by our Senate Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva and Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. If the Majority Leader is the expert in technical and vocational education, and the gentleman from Valenzuela, which used to be part of Bulacan, leads the Joint Congressional Commission, which is probing the ills of our educational system, and thereafter prescribes the cures, then we can confidently assume that this bill has been enriched by their expert inputs. The current charter of what is called BULSU, not BSU, to distinguish it from the State University of the same acronym that is known as the Senate President's Hacienda, otherwise known as the Bukidnon State University. 30 years gone by provide a wealth of experience and changes which should be incorporated into a university's operating system to keep it abreast with the times. Like technology, legal foundations are not exempt from obsolescence, and like apps, it must be updated too. Some of the updates, so to speak, in this 2.0 version of BULSU Charter are organizational in nature, others are financial in order to make its revenue footing more robust. But the core improvement, I believe, deals with the heart of an academic institution on which its curricular offerings would be. Hence, this section in the bill which states that the Bulacan State University and its constituent units shall be strengthened as a state university to enhance its capability to provide accessible quality education by developing the competencies and encouraging specialization of its constituent units, engaging in conventional or alternative instructional techniques, methodologies, and strategies, and fostering a unique and distinctive academic leadership toward its improvement as an academic institution and delivery of higher education services in the province of Bulacan and Central Luzon region. In short, to expand both its curricular offerings and its sphere of academic leadership to the entire Central Luzon region. This provision, preambular as it may sound, is the purpose which should drive the university as it navigates through a world constantly redefined by breathtaking changes in all fields, especially technology, with a disruptive AI phenomenon, to cite just one. To its credit, BULSU has innovation genes embedded in itself. From an American-founded trade school in the town of Malolos, Republic, was born, it seamlessly transitioned through various stages in our history. Post-war, it became a national trade school, and in 1965, it became a college through the Act of Congress. The next great leap forward was for a school which has supplied the human capital to the march of economic progress of one of the country's progressive provinces came in 1993. This was when, on Rizal Day, December 30, 1993, President Fidel V. Ramos signed RA number 7665, which converted Bulacan College of Arts and Trades to the Bulacan State University. What followed was a breakneck expansion of this storied school on all fronts, from course offerings to campuses to student enrollment. It also reaped reputational gains when its alumni landed in the top 10 as they continued two of board examinations, with one graduating among the top-notchers in the bar examinations. At present, Bulso offers 50 academic programs taught by 1,138 strong faculty to almost 36,000 students in 8 campuses. With the promise this institution holds, as proven by its past performances, I urge that we approve this bill so that this great university will be able to realize its mandate. I submit, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to just put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Senator Chis Escudero, my mentor, Mr. President, in the when I started in the 12th Congress, long time ago, Mr. President. Today is the day of Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Si Plaridel po, Ginoong Pangulo, ay nagse-celebrate ng 173 kaarawan, Mr. President. Today is also National Press Freedom Day. Kaya po, malaking kagalakan po sa puso ng bawat Bulakenyo ang araw na ito, Mr. President, na may sponsoran ang panukalang batas na ito, Mr. President. And having said that, Mr. President, hindi ko na po pahabain pa ang aking manifestation. May I just be allowed to just insert into the records this representation's co-sponsorship speech. Mr. President, for our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7961 under Committee Report number 108. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 109, Committee Report number 110, Committee Report number 111, Committee Report number 112, Committee Report number 116. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill number 6704, 7087, 7088, 7090, and 7412 as reported out under Committee Report numbers 109, 110, 111, 112, and 116 respectively. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of each measure.
House number 6704, Benguet State University, College of Medicine, La Trinidad, Benguet. House number 7087, Southern Luzon State University, College of Medicine, Lucban, Quezon. House number 7088, University of Eastern Philippines, College of Medicine, Catarman, Northern Samar. House number 7090, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, South La Union Campus, College of Medicine. House number 7412, Visayas State University, College of Medicine, Baybay, Leyte.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measures, Mr. President. All of the measures that were read by our Secretary General, the chairperson of the Committee on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President.
From the province of Sorsogon, Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. If there is one painful lesson the pandemic has taught us, it is that if even we produce them in industrial scale, we cannot and we can never have enough doctors. Because even before COVID struck, the Secretary of Health said, we were already 114,000 doctors short in what could be described as our society's pre-existing comorbidity. In training more physicians, there is not only the current shortage to be wiped out, there is also the future increases in population that must be contended with. Even if our population increase will decelerate and stabilize at 1.5 million a year, this would still have to be matched by new entrants to the medical profession. At the end of the demographic scale, it is our growing, graying population expected to reach 21 million in one generation's time or by 2050. And as more Filipinos live longer, they would require more doctors. One Senate initiative is to ramp up the number of physicians, is Republic Act number 11509. This prescription of ours to MD deficiency is popularly known as Doktor Para sa Bayan Act. The driving force behind the law is that government should not leave market forces nor private wealth the education of a very important profession. Through Dr. Para sa Bayan program, it is envisioned that young Filipinos in the bottom of the economic pyramid, blessed with talent but cursed by poverty, would acquire an education only those at the top can afford. At present, the program is offered in 16 private schools and 16 state universities with funded slots for 3,600 scholars this year. The 5 bills I'm introducing, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, through this omnibus sponsorship speech will bring it to 21. When enacted, this will give the program a respectable footprint nationwide, dispersed to regions in areas in great need of doctors. Mr. President, I am therefore pleased to introduce 5 state universities that will establish their own College of Medicine. These are the Benguet State University in the Cordilleras, Southern Luzon State University in Quezon Province, University of Eastern Philippines in Northern Samar, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University in La Union, and Visayas State University in Southern Leyte. These schools are centers of excellence, consistently turn in excellent board examination scores, and are research and innovation hubs. I urge, Mr. President, and ask that we approve these bills with dispatch in order to address the gaping loophole and need that I started my sponsorship speech with. I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I recognize the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, Senator Tolentino, may I just be allowed, Mr. President, to briefly co-sponsor the measure, Mr. President. As you are all aware, Mr. President, this representation principally authored and principally sponsored Dr. Para sa Bayan Law. Mr. President, we again would like to express our sincerest thanks and gratitude to the hard-working chairperson of the Committee on Higher Education and Technical and Vocational Education, Senator Chis Escudero, for prioritizing these measures. Mr. President, if you recall, in 2020, when we started the deliberations of Dr. Para sa Bayan Law, there were only 8, Mr. President, 8 state college university in the country offering a School of Medicine, Mr. President. 8 SUCs in 7 regions. Mr. President, now we have 17 SUCs in 13 regions. And these additional SUCs will increase the number of our doctors and help fill the shortage up to 134,000 doctors to meet the ideal ratio of 10 doctors for every 10,000 individuals as prescribed by the World Health Organization. To put this in context, Mr. President, the Philippines has only 3.7 doctors for every 10,000 Filipinos, way short of the WHO's ideal ratio. Aside from the lack of doctors in the country, there is also a problem on the geographical distribution of doctors. For example, Mr. President, the ratio of doctors here in NCR is 10 doctors per 10,000 Filipinos, while in BARM, there are only 0.8 doctor for every 10,000 individuals according to 2020 study. Kaya po, napakahalaga talaga na maisabatas ang mga panukalang ito sa lalong madaling panahon. Mr. President, these measures are also in line with the aims of the Universal Healthcare Act, which is to make healthcare accessible, affordable, and available. Again, thank you, Mr. President. And at this juncture, I move that we recognize the good gentleman from Tagaytay City, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to, at this juncture, I'd like to associate myself with the sponsorship speeches of Senator Chis Escudero. This has reference to Committee Report 109, 110, 111, 112, and 116, Mr. President. I fully support the measures, Mr. President, knowing fully well, Mr. President, that the backlog of doctors right now would be 114,000. 114,000 po ang doktor na kailangan natin, and studies would show that it will take us 23 years to produce and address the said backlog. Mr. President, kailangan pa ho talaga natin ng maraming medical schools, lalong-lalo na dun sa mga lugar na kukonti po ang doktor. Kakakausap ko lang po, Mr. President, sa mga mayors ng Romblon. Would you believe, Mr. President, sa Sibuyan Island, iisa lang po ang doktor. Iisa lang po ang doktor nila at marami pa hong kumakatok ngayon kabilang ang lalawigan ng Isabela na magkaroon ng sariling medical school. With that, Mr. President, I fully support the measures being sponsored by Senator Chis Escudero. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming
Thank you,
salamat.
Mr. President. Mr. President, to study further these measures, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill numbers 6704, 7087, 7088, 7090, and 7412. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I also put on record that Senator Sherwin Gatchalian would like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech on the Bulacan State University charter, Mr. President.
We take note of the manifest.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 114 and Committee Report number 115. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill number 7397 and 7398 as reported out under Committee Report numbers 114 and 115 respectively. So
There being
moved,
no
Mr. President.
objection, we ask the Secretary to proceed with the reading of the title of these measures.
House number 7397, Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine in Ligao, Albay. House number 7398, Southern Luzon State University, Catanawan Campus, College of Veterinary Medicine, Catanawan, Quezon.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Sorsogon, the chairperson of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
Before I recognize the distinguished gentleman for Sorsogon, I would like to thank him for sponsoring these bills. I know this is close to his heart. His father was a veterinarian. I wanted to be a veterinarian until my dad discouraged me to be one. And then I ended up taking up agribusiness management. But I wanted to be a veterinarian. And I'm so happy that the distinguished colleague, our chairperson, is sponsoring such bills. So we'd like to recognize our colleague, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, for the sponsorship of these measures.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. You're correct, Mr. President. My father was indeed a graduate of the UP College of Veterinary Medicine and was dean for over 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. My wife also wanted to take up veterinary medicine, but ended up taking care of me instead.
Better option. It is a better option.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this is a task I delight in because, as I mentioned earlier, my father was a vet and I'm a husband of a dog lover. In fact, ours probably belong to the 67% of Filipino households with a pet, furry or feathered, but just the same are loved and are sometimes more spoiled than family members. Thanks to YouTube, veterinarians are perceived as doctors to pampered pooches and pompous cats. This is so because of a surge in dog ownership, the latter now estimated at 25 million in the Philippines, with cats at 12 million, Mr. President, Your Honors. And while caring and feeding for these oligarchs and aristocrats have grown into a multi-billion peso industry, pet food alone is a 20 billion business according to a study, but this is but a small sector that veterinarians attend to with dedicated professionalism. You may not know it, but veterinarians have been keeping you healthy since the day you took your first bite on a hot dog. Not really. If you lunched on chicken today, Mr. President, as I did earlier, roasted or fried by one of the ubiquitous chain restos, it probably came from farms monitored by vets, and when dressed, was checked by vets if it was safe for you or for us to eat. Pork, the samgyupsal pork you grilled the other day was slaughtered in abattoirs vets made sure were sanitary. If you'll open a can of corned beef, that too had passed a checklist of veterinary tests. If the Pinoy in you makes you crave for consilog, and eggs surely are from 10.2 billion pieces we produce each year from farms mostly in Batangas, whose layers are kept healthy by vets. So the veterinary doctors, Mr. President, Your Honors, biggest clientele are not animals that we love to hug. that provide us companionship, but those who give us nourishment. Hindi lang po chow-chow ang kanilang inaaruga, higit na mas marami ang kalabaw, 189 million po ang ating mga manok, at karamihan, meron din po tayong 10 milyong baboy sa ating bansa na vet din ang nag-aaruga. Livestock is a 1 billion a day industry, di hamak na mas maraming baka kaysa sa mga bulldog na sinlaki ng baboy. Binanggit ko po ang mahalagang papel ng mga doctor of veterinary medicine sa food safety, but they do not merely stand as a sentinel at the end of the production line. More importantly, their boots are on the ground in farms and feeding lots. They are essential personnel in the fight for food security, professionals who are at the front line in the war versus hunger. While they act as emotional support to humans, to pet owners who hyperventilate on the sight of one tick living rent-free on their dearly beloved's fur, the veterinarian's important role on and the value to society is far greater than that. There is a national shortage on veterinary doctors today, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. This can be addressed by establishing more colleges of veterinary medicine, especially in the countryside, in our souks, where large animal healthcare remains an underserved need of farmers who feed us. Thank you, Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill numbers 7397 and 7398. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2001 under Committee Report number 43. This bill pertains to the new Philippine Passport Act. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor and chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, no other than Senator Amy Marcos, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III. I so move, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished sponsor, the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, no other than Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized, and to interpellate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. It will be our pleasure and honor to receive questions from the Minority Leader, formerly the Chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee himself.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, if we can commence with our interpellation.
Yes.
The measure we are discussing is entitled An Act Providing for a New Passport Law. So that means that there is already actually an existing passport law, which is Republic Act number 8239, the Philippine Passport Act of 1996. And according to our title, we are repealing this, Mr. President. So may we know why we are totally repealing the existing Philippine Passport Act, and what would be the new concepts, ideas, or offerings in this measure, Mr. President?
Yes, thank you very much, Senate President and Minority Leader. The truth of the matter is that this is a 27-year-old law, coming to 30 years. So it's 27 years old as of this year. And at that point in time, there were no machine-readable passports as yet. Neither were passports valid for 10 years, but only for a mere 5 years. And many special occurrences and sectors have since surfaced. So among the most important are, firstly, the exemption of our senior citizens, and most importantly, our OFWs abroad, from personally appearing for their passport renewal. So while we cannot keep a passport alive in perpetuity for the senior citizens, as some of the bills proposed, we will nevertheless be making it more convenient. Secondly, all of us, I believe, have at one point or other lost or somehow been robbed of their passports. And it's always such a hassle trying to retrieve it. And now we are expanding the use of emergency travel documents, both for ordinary tourists as well as for OFWs, so that they don't have to keep referring to the Philippines and the offices in Manila only to give them passports. So therefore, these emergency passports will include a travel document direct to Manila, or if you need to travel still, you can actually get an emergency passport even overseas. And thereafter, we also have what we call the special lanes para tulungan po yung OFW natin, mga buntis na dapat hindi na sila pumila ng matagal, PWD, ang ating seniors. And we have included a special consideration for very large contingencies such as the Muslim Hajj, when upwards of 9,000 passports are processed in a given year. Further, we have also added penalties that are commensurate to the crime. The penalties were very, very old, and in fact, at the rate of inflation, what we have increased, yung halimbawa 25,000, syempre wala nang ibig sabihin nun, 15,000, 100,000 mahigit na given the rate of inflation. So the penalties have been expanded to include also those who withhold passports, for example, in addition to the rates. So those are the main additions and improvements po.
Thank you. So, meaning to say that this measure has a lot of new ideas, new mechanisms not found in the Philippine Passport Act of 1996.
Yes,
Okay
that's
po.
right. Primarily acknowledging the lead role of technology in travel documents. That's correct po.
And then okay, ang first question ko siguro po, Mr. President, on the passport is that ito narinig ko from Senator Binay ito sa lounge natin eh.
Yes.
Yung existing passports natin have, generally speaking, 10-year validity.
That's correct. Now,
But
now.
they are of fixed number of pages.
That's correct.
And then so for a frequent traveler, like, ayoko na lang magpangalan sino frequent traveler dito, but for an OFW, or maybe,
Yes.
most likely, of course, a frequent traveler, na iba, yun, tama, because that's part of the meaning of OFW. So, of what use would the 10-year validity be if
There are no more pages.
The passport holder, is expected to consume all of the pages in a shorter period than 10 years. So how can we remedy this situation, Mr. President?
What is actually occurring on the ground, Mr. President, as well as our minority leader, the passport, linalagyan po natin ng additional pages, hindi po ba? Dinadagdagan ng pages kasi ang Pilipino, kung minsan 3 buwan lang naman ang visa, tapos kukuha na naman ng Schengen visa, tatawid na naman sa UK, at kung saan-saan, nauubos yung pahina. That's the problem. So sabi ng ibang OFW natin, di naman nila nararamdaman yung benepisyo ng 5 years to 10 years. Kasi they're stuck with that small passport pa rin. So now, actually, what's operating within the DFA is that additional pages are being inserted. But what we're quibbling about now actually is the cost as well, because even if they can add these pages in a consular office overseas, mas mahal. Nasa 1,100 yung additional pages, samantalang yung bagong passport ay 850. Sabi nga nung isang OFW, i-declare lost ko na lang yon, mas mura pala kumuha ng bago. So these are the things that we have to iron out, and I think they may or may not be necessarily included in the new law, but certainly we have to have the IRR sort out these problems in the price and the ease of renewal and extension.
O kasi babaguhin na rin naman natin yung Passport Act, so sana maramdaman nung
That's right.
yung mga kababayan nating parating kailangan yung passport at kailangan gamitin sa sa pamumuhay na nila po yun eh. So,
Nagkakatawaran na lang yata sa presyo with Apo.
We have-
Because
Apo?
the printer. Kasi yung 850 has very few pages nga as you
how many
you
pages
observe.
po ba yun ang passport natin?
I believe it's 32 kasi 16 yun baliktaran. So it's 32. You consume that very quickly if you're only qualified. For example, yung student visa, 3 months lang ang binibigay sa Shenzhen, di naman mahaba eh. Kaya nauubos ka agad. So we're discussing a bigger number of pages and at the same time cheaper additions for the additional.
There's a section here on the types of passports.
That's correct.
And then
We've expanded that
which
also.
our sponsor mentioned already as containing some new concepts, di ba? Like the emergency travel document,
Yes.
etc. So, is it possible that in the types of passport we can address this concern of our OFWs,
Yes.
Mr. President?
I believe this is one way of doing it. We'll have a fatter passport for people who travel more often. For example, the trade negotiators, kahit diplomatic o official passport or ordinary passport, given the nature of their work, biyahe ng biyahe, like, we know DTI, USEC Perry, or USEC FITA, they're always traveling, negotiating on our behalf. Siyempre, mas malaki dapat passport na nila. Ganun lang kasimple yun.
Opo. Maganda
So the
po yun if we can
diplomatic-
address that. But in that particular case, official passports yung mga yon or diplomatic passports, our trade negotiators. And then, do they personally spend for their passports? Kasi if sagot naman ng agency nila, okay na yun. Kasi ang concern natin are the OFWs actually, Mr. President.
Tama naman yun kasi puro libre naman ang diplomatic, libre rin naman ang red official passport. So, why don't we just expand the number of pages? I think that's a very cogent observation. We've expanded the number of diplomatic passports also or qualified passport holders for diplomatic. Kasi yung mga presiding justice of Court of Appeals, Sandigan, hindi sila kasali dati, when in fact they should by right be included. And also, we have added the chiefs of mission and the officials of the Migrant Workers Office. Kasi bago din yun, wala rin yun noong 1996. And then, as you mentioned po, there's the official passport. And the official passport now includes the wife and the children. Because in the past, the ambassadors and other officials could not bring their families with them or they would be separated, which was an absurd situation. And then, of course, the regular passports, and then as mentioned earlier, the emergency travel documents, both the passport as well as the travel document. We also have a newfangled convention travel document. And this is because of our recognition of the stateless persons. This is by virtue of the international treaty, since the Philippines is well known to be the refuge of refugees and stateless persons. We thought that this should be embedded in the new law as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Since we can jump to Section 8 on the types of passports, Mr. President.
Yes.
So is it possible to address here the concerns of OFWs, Mr. President? Kasi ang iba yata nasasama nung families kung saan sila nag-work na nagbabiyahe.
Yes.
So yun eh. So is it possible in the types of passport,
Well, the OFWs, as a general rule, merely get an ordinary regular passport. But like you said, perhaps they could be given the privilege of applying through the special lane. Since we're giving special lanes to OFWs given their contractual obligations, dapat nga kasama na yung pamilya nila, isama na rin nila, isang pakete sila, dahil yung contract dates will apply to the family as well, such as Italy, for example, Canada, dala-dala yung buong pamilya niyan. Tama yun.
So if we can solve that, kasi feedback from the ground yun eh. Experience.
Well taken po.
And
That's
then,
a good idea.
since we are already on Section 8, if I can point out
Yes,
on
please.
page 10, lines 7 to 8, the President of the Philippines or the Secretary may grant diplomatic passport to officials and persons other than those enumerated herein. So, if we add this general paragraph, what was the point then of enumerating the persons entitled to or who may be granted diplomatic passports?
On occasion, for example, in areas such as China and the Eastern European areas, special envoys and ambassadors at large have been appointed from time to time for a particular mission po.
So the President will now, anong tawag mo doon, officially order the issuance of a
Yes.
diplomatic passport for the special envoy?
Yes, I think they're
Okay.
appointed for that special mission from case to case. I think it's occurred from time to time in the case of negotiations with China, for example, as well as the Eastern Bloc before their entry into the European Union.
Okay, so we need this, in other words, we need this flexibility, Mr.
Yes,
President.
that's right po.
And
So
then,
that they will also be given ambassadorial status and hence deserve a diplomatic passport.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. On page 10, still on Section 8 kasi ito, lines 23 to 26, which is about the persons in the domestic service and household
service.
members of officials assigned to diplomatic or consular posts not exceeding 2 persons.
That's correct.
Now I think we are changing the wording of the existing law. And in my opinion, the existing law is more flexible in its wording. Ito, we are putting a number now. So, and then nagpahabol tayo.
Yeah.
We put a number 2, not exceeding 2, and then provided that an increase in the domestic service and household members of such officials shall be approved by the Secretary. So, we want to go, we changed the wording of the existing law, which is more flexible. We made it stricter, and yet we also had a proviso that we can go back to the older law. Why did we do this, Mr. President?
Hindi man maganda sabihin, pero naging subject to abuse. Nagdala kasi ng maraming sobra-sobrang katulong, kamag-anak, at iba pa, yung ibang ambasador at envoy. Tapos yung iba, sinasabi nga na pinapatrabaho pa sa ibang embassy. Anyway, the standard, even in other countries, recognizing the principle of mutuality and reciprocity is actually 2 staff in the household. So we thought it might be prudent to put the same limitation given the allegations that have been made against diplomatic staff of our Filipino ambassadors in the past.
Kasi the existing law, Passport Act of
Walang limit po.
Ang sulat, ang nakasabi, persons in the domestic service and household members of officials assigned to diplomatic or consular posts.
That's right.
Ngayon, if the reason is na abuso, who was supposed to control these people applying for the official passports of their people, of their domestic service and household members, Mr. President?
I suppose there was an in-house department assent to, yun nga, the excess number. And these allegations occurred that the Philippine embassies were already operating a maid agency or something like that.
Kasi, Mr. President, baliwala lahat naman yung kasi may proviso ka rin dun. May proviso rin eh.
Provided
Na you
approved
can-
by
you
the
can-
Secretary.
Oh, but you mean to say now, under the Passport Act, the Secretary has no participation in the issuance of the official passports of the household staff?
Siyempre, siya pa rin ang pipirma
You know,
nun.
it amounts to the same thing, Mr. President.
Paikot-ikot lang, ano. What's your suggestion,
No, I mean,
Minority Leader?
We can we can stick to the existing formulation
We'll
in
just
the
leave it
existing law, Mr. President.
without a number na
Yes,
wala nang absolute 2. Yung ibang countries kasi, yun ang rine-request na dapat daw i-limit natin sa 2 kasi sila 2 lang. Yun.
Yung other countries po, maybe they're limiting it to 2 by practice or administrative discipline, not in the law, Mr. President.
Sure.
Yun lang po yung... But at any rate,
We're open po.
I'm not so passionate about this, except that napapansin ko lang na, given that it's either we want to be strict, but if we put an escape valve, there that a proviso, then in practice, balik din tayo sa nangyayari po ngayon.
Bakit pa maglalagay ng limitation?
So at any rate, I'm just
We're open. I
I'm
think
just pointing
that's a good point po.
pointing that out, Mr. President. And then, if we can go back to the earlier parts of the bill,
Right.
meron tayong phrases like report of birth and then report of marriage. May we be clarified? Kasi alam natin yung certificate of birth tsaka certificate of marriage. Ito report eh. What we use is report of birth and then report of marriage. Can we be clarified what these are, Mr. President?
Yes, I think the report of birth refers to the Filipinos born outside of the Philippines, in the Philippine community or of OFW parents. That's basically what it refers to. We put the generic term report kung kinasal abroad o pinanganak abroad. Kung ano man report yung required sa bansang yun.
That report of birth can also be a birth certificate.
Of course, that would be ideal. But some countries have a different format. They have a birth book, for example, in South America. So that it would be a book. It wouldn't be a certificate. Pero pareho naman yun sa batas.
Sige po. So,
We require the report of birth and the report of marriage to be sent to the Philippines so that it's entered into the PSA and thereafter can be the basis of the issuance of a national ID and, again, entry into the PhilSys.
is there a time limit, for example, sa birth, the foreign birth of a Filipino, is there a time limit for it to be reported?
Parang wala
Parang
naman.
wala,
And we've actually heard of incidents na hindi alam ng nanay na dapat pala
Correct.
i-report sa Pilipinas and then he's over 18 or 21 and doesn't appear to be qualified any longer. Huwag na natin pigilan yun kung Pilipino siya habang buhay naman.
Correct, that's correct. Yes. I agree with that, Mr. President. Anytime yun, anytime. Kung nakaligtaan na to immediately report it, it can be availed of any time because that's part of the right of a citizen, Mr. President. Now we can, if we can go now to page 5, line 28. It mentions Philippine Statistics Authority or its successor agency.
That's right.
Why do we need to already anticipate that there is a successor agency of the PSA, Mr. President?
Yes, I think, quite frankly, it's redundant, the successor agency, but I think there was some uncertainty at that point. Who would handle the national ID, if you recall, so that they included that, the PSA or the PhilSys and the NEDA and so on.
So
I
now
think
that
we can delete that now that
Now-
it's clarified in law and in fact.
because in the same spirit, page 6, line 12, lines 12 to 13, we also stated there, Republic
Successor
now,
agency.
not successor agency, but and its future amendment. So we are also
Wag nang
anticipating.
ganon. Oo.
We are already anticipating.
I agree, we can delete that po. And also the other one you cited in Section D, line 7, meron na namang mention ng successor agency. Siguro unnecessary na yan because the national ID is being clarified naman.
Yes, that's it. They are saying. But yes, yung isa, but this one, and its future amendments, found on page 6, lines 12 to 13.
Yes.
If we can revisit the
Let's
phraseology.
just delete that na. Oo.
Ito, marami pala itong
Marami
successor agency.
kasing ganyan eh. At saka even in the, if you will notice, there are certain terms which will be encompassed in the committee amendments. Yung mga technology, as much as practicable, ay mahirap yung mga ganun eh, di ba? So, we need to refine the language certainly, and we will put that in the committee amendments.
So, the meaning of paragraph C of section 5, found on page 6, line 10, is that the Philippine ID is a valid and sufficient proof of identity. Yan po
Yes,
ba yun?
that's correct.
That's
No longer need
okay.
to provide the rest. So we will simply delete and its future amendments in the committee or as your own amendment po.
May we get the opinion of our sponsor if the current practice of giving a file, computer file to a person and then telling that person to print it out on paper and that is now your national ID. Is that a valid proof of a person's identity? Ganun ba yung practice sa'yo? Binigyan ka file, papel, ikaw na mag-print.
I think that was the root of so many problems in the past and should no longer be allowed. In fact, what should be done is really the digital copy, and if it needs to be in hard copy, it should be a certified true copy, I believe. I think that's the recommendation now of the DFA, having encountered so many issues with said printed copies authenticity.
So siguro sa budget hearing na lang po, tanungin na naman natin ulit ang PSA, ano na bang status nitong national ID natin.
That's right.
At saka yung feedback na ganun nga ang nangyayari, na they cannot issue a physical ID and they just ask the
Print it
the
yourself.
citizen to print it yourself.
It's difficult because we don't know what that printing encompassed, if it's really a correct certified copy.
Saka delikado po yun. If it's a print it yourself, then any person who will produce the ID will say, I printed this myself because this is the policy na. But
Maraming magaling mag-Photoshop at maraming nakakapunta sa recto.
so we will just seek clarification from the PSA. Now that we are still on section 5 on the requirements for the issuance of a passport, Mr. President.
Yes.
Can we go up to section 5E? Sinabi natin dito, a woman can revert to the use of her maiden name by virtue of a siguro declaration of legal separation. Doon po ako nakafocus sa legal separation.
Po.
Is this allowed, Mr. President? Because doesn't our existing laws, ano ba sabi? Saan yan? Anong sabi? Anong effect? Don't our existing...
Yes, I actually question that. We're fully aware that legal separation does not automatically include a change of name or a reversion to the maiden family name. But there is a sentiment in the DFA that for purposes of practice and travel, to allow them to use their maiden name, to revert to the maiden name. Clearly, with an annulment or the declaration of nullity of marriage, judicially recognized foreign divorce, or the death of a husband, or the divorce, pwede talaga mag-revert. Ang tanong ko nga, yung legal separation at saka yung death of a husband, dahil sabi ng DFA, ang dalas daw na nangyayari, they go back to their maiden name and their OFW contract is back in their maiden name. So, I'm a little bit concerned about that also because then you'll have two family names.
So we will just revisit this section, Mr. President. Magkonsulta tayo sa mga legal experts on the family code and
Which law?
on what the effects of a legal separation, decree of legal separation is, Mr. President.
I think the confusion arose from the present passport bill. The old law, the present law says court decree of separation. So covered ang legal separation or I suppose by comparison, death and physical separation. So dun sa old law kasi may court decree of separation. Eh dun nagkagulo-gulo lalo na for married women.
Anyway, Mr. President, I just asked for time to study, to revisit that paragraph because maybe with the new spirit nga naman of in the family code na equality, di ba? So
We have tried to address that by no longer requiring the court decree of annulment, nullity, and so on, provided it's duly annotated in the marriage certificate. So that's one less document. Basta nasa marriage certificate, okay na yon.
And okay, moving on, Mr. President, we noticed that Section 21, which refers to Section 5,
Yes,
Section 21, ano page yun?
21. Page 18.
Page 18, Mr. President, gives the secretary or his duly authorized representative to waive any requirement set forth in Section 5,
Yes.
as well as the fees.
That's
Okay na
correct.
po yung fees, no? Kasi i-waive niya yun. Pero requirement, why are we giving the secretary or his duly authorized representative the power to waive a requirement in the section we are discussing, Section 5?
I think actually this refers to the so-called compassionate or emergency passports. This really refers to people who need urgent medical attention overseas. The reverse also is true where a waiver is provided during urgent repatriations for assistance to nationals when they are under threat of legal or physical abuse, and these waivers are then provided to bring them back home quickly.
So
I think this is
I
what
think it will not
refers to.
it will not damage the measure if we
to specify.
if we be that
Yes.
clear as explained by our sponsor.
Yes, I
Yes.
think that's there's ground for that because otherwise the waiver can be given almost whimsically or capriciously.
So with that clarification, Mr. President, I think that will help improve the bill, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. President, on page 8, line 8, which is about Section 7 application,
Yes.
the general rule is that, ito ba, a person applying for a passport for the first time shall be required to appear in person for biometric and biographic data capturing. That would be our general rule.
Yes.
Would there be
That's
some
right.
exemptions from the rule?
No, the compassionate, diba? They don't require them anymore to appear. Yeah. I think the emergency situation that we mentioned earlier, the compassionate passport, when a very sick person requires urgent treatment overseas, they're often allowed to waive this requirement of personal appearance. And the passport is issued on the basis of national ID and other identification.
So this is the second time, Mr. President, that we are now hearing of this compassionate passport. Is that one of the types of the passports in our section 7, in section 8, Mr. President?
We have not indicated it as a type of passport. Perhaps, as you stated earlier, we should include it in Section 21 na as a special category.
Okay, if out of compassion a passport is issued, what would be the type of that passport?
It's still a regular passport.
That's it for that. So thank you, Mr. President. So the general rule, we have identified already one possible exemption from the general rule.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right po. And
Can there be more than one?
I believe it's the emergency situations where, for example, the compassionate could refer to two things yung aalis ng Pilipinas at yung mga OFW or travelers na stranded abroad that need to be brought home. A lot of that occurred during the COVID pandemic. We just had to bring them home.
Yes, but ano na yon? They are already passport holders. So
cer-
hindi na to...
In certain cases, yung iba kasi nag-lapse, yung iba illegal, inuwi na lang talaga.
Yes, but that would not be the exceptions to the general rule of a person applying for a passport for the first time shall be required to appear in person for biometric and biographic data capturing. Yung mga OFWs na pabalik, ang assumption natin na capture na po yung biometrics nila. Kasi nakalabas na po sila eh. Tama po?
The problem is kasi yung illegals or undocumented, and furthermore, the ones we mentioned earlier, the ones who were born overseas, but they were never reported as Filipino citizens. So they're completely out of the system, but they need to come home for some urgent matter like a death in the family.
So in that example, Mr. President, we will waive the requirement of a personal appearance for a death in the family, an urgent trip because of a death in the family.
Yung biometric requirement na narito, ang i-waive. Pero yung appearance in person will still be necessary.
Sayang, we should have taken advantage of the appearance in person by capture.
Might as well get it na there. The problem is many consular offices or off-site or mobile service areas simply don't have the biometric equipment.
Ano ba to? Are these high-tech equipment or ngayon parang ano na to, commodities na rin po itong mga equipment na ito to capture biometrics?
I think that's a legitimate concern. Every single lane in every single airport, inbound and outbound, seems to have one of these things.
Cell phones,
right?
I think cell phones can also capture biometrics.
I would imagine so. But right now,
ganun
they're
tayo.
saying that the biometric equipment is only in the larger scale or central offices.
Okay. Well, sayang kasi po
Nandyan na eh.
if we're not waiving the personal appearance, what was the purpose? I mean, anyway, those are the examples of the possible exceptions from the general rule. But I'm concerned about the second sentence of paragraph 1 of section 7, which
me
is
too. I
this
think we need
requirement
better
shall be
language.
open for modification, etc. So, yun pong open for modification, what does that mean? Mr.
Actually, the intent really was not to allow government, without need of a new law, to update kung hindi na biometric ang uso, halimbawa, at may mas mabilis na imaging o AI at robotics na kaya na, sana pwede nang i-implement ito without coming back to us 27 years later. So we need better language and basically to encompass technological advances.
Because we say here, this requirement shall be open for modification. May we be clear, what is the requirement that we're talking about?
The biometric.
It's the biometric capture.
Yeah. Kasi baka, like you said nga, and as we've observed, in certain places, there are more advanced and much more convenient means of doing the same thing. So rather than compelling DFA to come back to us 30 years later to change it, we can give them some leeway, perhaps with the DICT, DOST, to upgrade as the need arises and as the technology develops. But I agree po, this is very clumsily written right now.
But if we read the second sentence, Mr. President, at the end of that
I
sentence,
don't understand why.
it says that will enable the non-requirement of personal appearance. So it looks like the requirement is the personal appearance, not the capturing of the biometrics.
Yes, and I think what we're looking forward to is US-style passport where the personal appearance can be waived altogether. And the biometric or whatever technological innovation should be the latest then will come into play without need of hauling out our OFWs in remote areas and dragging them to the capital cities, So I think that's really what is intended by this provision.
So, given that input from our sponsor, ang ibig palang sabihin nito na we are now open, legislature is open, that the day will come that upon the determination of the Department of Foreign Affairs, even first-time applications for passport will no longer need personal appearance. That is possible under this section.
Well, we are speculating on something like the e-pass, which no longer requires personal appearance, but the biometric information is complete, intact, and authenticated. So I think that's what they had in mind. If you can have an e-pass, you can simply have an e-passport as well. And there are countries, as we know, that are moving already to a non-physical passport.
E-pass is an electronic passport, but
E-pass is
ang tanong ko, yung e-pass holder, when that person applied for the e-pass, did he not personally appear before their government agency, Mr. President?
Yeah. But it's being used. Sorry, yes. The e-passport is actually being used already in certain countries and for traffic between neighboring or affiliated countries. So we are trying to encompass within this provision the possibility of an e-passport as well.
So may we
That's
get,
entirely biometric in basis.
now may we get the countries which have this e-pass so we can also do our own research, Mr. President?
There are several now in the Asia Pacific alone: Singapore, China, Korea, Vietnam, Australia, Macau, SAR, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Solomon Islands, Japan, and Thailand have some version of an e-passport.
Yes, but my concern is before that e-passport was
Dami.
issued to the person, didn't that person personally appear before their his or her pertinent government agency?
Yes.
Yun po yung tanong ko because I think this requirement is about, when we use the phrase this requirement, it's about personal appearance. And then we are now open
Yes.
for modification of this requirement. So
Yes.
we're now
Perhaps-
open to a non-appearance, even for a first-time passport applicant. That is, if that is the interpretation, that is
Maybe-
what worries me, Mr. President.
Yes, maybe we're trying to do too much in this provision. Essentially, what we're trying to do is to make life simpler so they don't have to go back to the legislature if the technology allows it already. So, for the present time, clearly, the personal appearance for a first-time passport applicant is necessary, accompanied by his biometric record. So, yun yung ngayon. Pero in the future, yun yung iniisip natin, ang dami-dami ng bansa na kapitbahay natin na gumagamit ng e-passport, baka 30 years na naman daw bago tayo makapasa ng batas at huling-huli na naman tayo sa ating lugar.
Okay, Mr. President, yung e-passport, wala akong problema doon because that is a type of passport.
That's right.
Yes, actually, if we want to make that a possibility, we can already enumerate that under the type of passport.
That's right. That's what we're
what-
thinking, that instead of doing, yes, instead of putting this second sentence that's so difficult, perhaps we can say that when the technology allows and e-passports, maybe something more specific and detailed can be stated, referring, as you said, specifically not to e-passports.
Yes,
Since-
we have no problem with e-passport. My concern actually, and it's not really a problem, it's a concern on the implication of the second sentence on the general rule
Yeah.
that personal appearance is required for first-time passport applicants.
Yes.
And the purpose now, why are they appearing now, is for the capture of biometric,
Biometric.
and
Biographic data.
So yun lang po. If we can
Yes.
if we can resolve this, wala pong problema.
We're in agreement, the second sentence is quite clumsy, and perhaps a direct referral to e-passports would be convenient and clear-cut.
Yes, if that is the purpose, the e-passport as a passport type, no problem.
Yes. That's
Y-
actually
yun-
what we're anticipating because it's become commonplace
Yes,
in so
okay.
many areas. Dala-dala lang nila yung mobile
Dapat
phone
sa
nila
section
tapos linalabas ng
8
ganyan
siya.
eh. Wala na silang hinahanap na passport pa. Nakakaingit nga, ang bilis eh.
So meaning to say, the idea expressed by our sponsor can be transferred from if the e-passport is the what is envisioned here in the second sentence of the first paragraph of section 7, then it might be best to transfer this to section 8 and types of passport.
Should be moved to,
And then that e-passport is also a regular passport. So is it a subset? Is it a subset of regular passport, or all types of passport can be an
actually,
e-passport?
all
So-
types of passports eh. Mas mabilis pa nga yung diplomatic
ganun
APEC
na lang.
passport. Nauna pa yon sa certain jurisdictions na ma-digitize. Nauna pa nga yung mga APEC, diplomat, official. Inuna nila yung batch na yun eh for e-passport. So I believe e-passports will cover all types of passports in the future.
Sige, if flexibility is what we want, anticipating technological advancement, then maybe we can add this under the types of passports.
And maybe we can put an additional provision within Section 8 or
Section 8,
as
yes.
another
Yes, thank you.
provision.
Thank you for that, Mr. President.
Pero hindi na siya dapat sa Section 7, nakakalito na eh.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, maraming committee amendment. That's why we were actually discussing whether we would put a substitute bill. Matagal na kasi itong committee report.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, if the committee report already suggests committee amendments. Mr. President?
Yes, we are
Ah,
entertaining.
Okay. This is a substitute bill, actually, Mr. President.
That's correct.
Ito na.
It's actually a substitute bill, but maybe even more comprehensive amendments are in order.
So, Mr. President, so we now go to page 12, line 22, on the denial of a passport application. That's section 9A4. Such
Yes.
other disqualification under
been
existing
expanded,
laws.
diba?
May we get some examples of what are the disqualifications under existing laws?
Yes, essentially what we've provided here, these numbers 1 to 4 are actually all contained in the old law. What we have added is a passport holder who is a respondent in a complaint pending preliminary investigation and against whom a preliminary or precautionary hold order was issued in court. Marami kasi nakakalusot. Wala pang kaso as such, pero may hold order na. So nababaliwala yung hold order kasi nakakaalis pa rin yung tao. Hindi lang yung may kaso, dapat yung may hold order na rin. Kasi marami tayong ini-issue na hold order, some of them as a result of Senate investigations, for example, but the respondent has actually flown the coop and used his passport freely.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President. No, hindi ko nga napansin yan. But on the denial of passport, the first paragraph, lahat po ng incidents na ito must be ordered by the court. Not so ordered by the Senate, a Senate committee, hindi po kasali.
Yes, I think these are all orders of the court.
Yes.
Except this complaint. I think this is also clumsily written. Or, dapat kasi, mayroon order of the court or a passport holder on order of the court. Siguro we should just make it another number. Even if there's no order of the court, if there's already a preliminary investigation and the precautionary hold orders been released. Order of the court.
No, we just have to probably define what is the coverage of the phrase precautionary HDO, Mr. President. We can expand that if we want, as a matter of policy.
Actually, it's very clear to the immigration, our immigration people issue the hold order even if charges have not yet been filed, or if a charge has been filed but no sentencing has occurred or conviction. So I think this refers to certain laws kasi. We already have laws, again, laws that have been passed since 1996. Among them are Human Security Act, the admin of the Immigration on Precautionary Hold Orders, Anti-Trafficking in Persons, andyan yan, Violence Against Women and Children, we have that we would give hold orders to the erring spouse, and the Inter-Country Adoption Act. All of them allow for a precautionary hold order. But it comes to naught because their passport can still be used to flee.
Well, at any rate, Mr. President, I think we're mixing the whole departure kasi we are talking about the denial of the passport application, actually.
Tama.
So, yung whole departure, ibang issue yun. At actually, may issue nga dun eh.
We can put
At
it in
bakit na-hold yung isang traveler even if walang court order? I think that is the issue. Wala nga court order. But that's a different matter, Mr. President. Our topic now is the grounds for the denial of the issuance of a passport or cancellation of passport or imposition of restrictions on passport. So, this is...
I think...
But now we are now on the denial of passport, Section 9A1, Mr. President.
Yes.
Page 12, lines 11 to 14.
I think it also applies to the denial of a passport if somebody who's actually on a hold order list attempts to leave the country and apply for a passport. This will no longer be number 1, but the case cited in number 2, it will just be a notarized request.
Parental authority po
But
ito.
that's parental authority na.
Opo, parental authority po ito. Hindi.
Yes. Wait. No, this is new Respondent, you're denied the application. That's also grounds for denial pag may hold order. In short, dapat may hold order ka, denied passport, para hindi ka makaalis. But obviously, it has to be done more neatly. This is not very tidy right now.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for that observation. Our purpose is really to clarify because if malabo, baka maging katulad tayo ng asin law, Mr.
Yes,
President.
that's right. Ayan naman.
Yung asin law na blame pa for the degradation and disappearance of our salt industry
That's correct.
because of an alleged confusion in the provisions of the ASIN law. So
that.
our mission here is actually
The same thing
really
should occur
to minimize the possible confusion, Mr. President.
If I may, proceeding to B, we spoke about grounds of denial. In the cancellation, a ground also should be the existence of a precautionary hold order. Dapat i-repeat namin dyan. Diba? Kasi if you can be denied the passport, your existing passport should also be canceled.
Nasa B na siya.
Oo, that's
Yes,
a bit.
nasa section 9B.
Pwedeng ilagay sa denial at dapat idagdag rin sa cancel.
Okay. Thank you.
Para consistent tayo.
Because we have structured the section that way.
Yes.
We have stated
Here.
grounds for denial of the passport
Passport.
application.
And then,
Tama po. And then B
cancel.
is the cancellation of the passport. C is the imposition of restrictions to the passport. Opo, so,
You will notice po, in the cancellation of the passport, we've added the Anti-Terrorism Act. Because a suspected terrorist individual under the Anti-Terrorism Act is also covered as one of the persons to be denied of a passport or canceled if he has one.
so we see that there are overlapping grounds, no? So we just ano na lang siguro.
Yes, we have to
If
sift
there's-
through.
yes.
Actually, there are still a few laws that aren't entirely included. So that's the reason why the committee amendments are piling up.
Thank you.
We're also a little concerned about the news with regard to human trafficking because there are, well, obviously it's not to do with the passport, it's to do with the departure where financial capacity and so on is required. Nakakatuwa nga kasi wala naman trafficker na pulubi kundi sindikato. Lahat yan may financial capacity.
So thank you, Mr. President. Actually, thank you to the sponsor for pointing this out. No, that was not my question. My question was on this such other disqualification under existing laws. So, what would be the examples of the disqualification? Pero this is about denial po. So yung sabihin, there is a law. There are laws which now say that a Filipino citizen is
Yes.
disqualified from applying for a passport.
Yes, they're already stated in the Human Security Act. Like I mentioned
Ayun.
earlier, the people with hold orders, the anti-trafficking violence, the VAUSI, and the Inter-Country Adoption Act violators.
So, all of these laws mentioned by our sponsor
We have to integrate them
have-
here. Eh.
have provisions which state that if you have violated this law, you are now disqualified from getting a Philippine passport.
That's
Yan po.
right. I think in an effort to keep them here and guarantee punishment, the statement was that passports will not be given to the disqualified persons.
Point out, yes, sorry. Now let's go to the passport databases, Mr. President. Page 13, that is line 28, section 10. We will have 3 databases. Tama ba yun? Passport database, a watch list database, and a stolen, lost, and revoked database.
In theory, that's only one database.
That's only one database.
But with the required markings. Kasi,
Sige Databases
nagkakagulo kasi sila kung minsan, lalo na sa watch list, hindi nagko-coordinate yung watch list of the names of people whose passport applications have been denied or canceled or under the offenses. So, they should also be part of the watch list. And then, the stolen, lost, and revoked travel documents are sometimes incomplete and are not updated, especially when the loss occurs overseas. So we want to be more stringent with that so that the not so uncommon phenomenon of one person having one or two more than one passport is prevented.
Securing more than one passport is a violation of the law, right, Mr. President?
Yes, I
And
believe
that's a
so.
criminal violation
That's
of
a
the law.
criminal violation.
But in spite of that,
The record keeping is so poor, as we know quite well. And that's the reason why, with the enhanced technology and with the use of machine-readable passports, we can actually finally have a baseline in a watch list or in a database. That will be DFA's own. They've been quite dependent on immigration and Interpol and the rest.
On Section 10, Paragraph A, Mr. President, yung may phrase dito na including recognized alien residents, they will be included in a passport database. Are we issuing passports to alien residents, Mr. President?
Yeah, I think the passport database will also contain travel document database. If you will notice, Section 10A, passport and travel document records of Philippine citizens and alien residents. Ito yung mga refugee, stateless, and so on. And they only have travel documents. Sometimes they're passports, sometimes they're not. But we still need to have them in our database because they sought sanctuary in our country.
Because we were also the issuing state for the travel document?
Well, even if we're not the issuing state for the travel document, they are already residents here. We need to have their travel document, whatever it is, whether issued by us or not. Kasi
But-
yung residency nila nasa atin na eh.
But there are other permanent alien residents here, Mr. President. I do not think we should all include all of them in our database, Mr. President.
That's correct. We don't need to list every single foreigner visiting the Philippines, no? So they are supposed to be passport holders?
How about our seafarers? Are they included?
Minsan may mga travel documents na issue sa kanila.
Nag-segue na ako sa-
To foreigners or to Filipinos?
Sometimes if there's a mistake, because travel documents easy lang yung requirements abroad,
No, but we're giving it to alien residents?
Hindi, malapit na. Malapit na.
I think the intent is to cover stateless persons. It's stateless persons who have not yet obtained a passport from the Philippines or any other country and have in the meantime provisional travel documents from us. That's my understanding.
Because, yes, we are the state issuing the...
We're the
the
ones
travel doc-
issuing it, so it has to be contained in our database.
So siguro, Mr. President, with the clarification from our sponsor that we are only maintaining one database,
Well, it's one
kasi
with
databases
three
kasi itong nakasulat dito, so we are maintaining one database and then
Well, it's one.
to include the following.
Yeah, to
Ganun
include the
siguro.
following.
Okay,
Sige.
Opo,
Okay.
gano'n na lang po siguro. Opo.
Yeah, it's better. It's, I think that's better. So shall maintain, yeah.
And then on page
A
14,
comprehensive.
yes.
So the DFA shall create a comprehensive database to include the following. The following information.
Yeah, information, yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
thank you. And then that's where we can proceed with A, B, C, and so on. Yes,
Thank you for that, Mr. President.
I think that's an improvement. Yes.
On page 14, second paragraph, Mr. President, beginning on line 9, we stated here that the Secretary or any of its duly authorized consular officials may recommend the inclusion of persons in the database other than those previously cited for other reasons that may provide a basis for the DFA.
This refers
What
to
is
the
the
watch.
meaning- what's the
This is
meaning
the
of-
watch list.
What's the, yes, this is a watch list database, and the secretary or any of his duly authorized consular officials may recommend. And who will decide the inclusion
Yes.
in the watch list, Mr. President?
I was also alarmed by the wording, but in fact, what it seeks to address are those Filipinos applying for passports but have incomplete documentation. Siguro dapat yun na lang ang ilagay. Kasi nakaka-nervyos na at his own whim or favor, the secretary can include people in the watch list. And maybe it shouldn't be in the watch list at all. Maybe it should be another set, of incomplete. Wag na lang watch list. Nakaka-nervous yung watch list. Parang may krimen.
Yes, we will clarify it in accordance with the intention of the author or authors. Tsaka, let's not put it this way that may recommend the inclusion kasi who will decide?
Yeah, wag na. Tsaka dapat hindi na watch list.
Yes, Mr. President.
Agree po. I think that specifies the condition where actually these are Filipinos who are otherwise qualified but cannot find their birth certificate, marriage certificate, and so on.
On page 15, Mr. President, section 13, on the validity, why are we restating the validity when this is actually governed by another law, not by the Passport Act of 1996?
I think there's a level of liberality with the passport law. We mentioned earlier the women with maiden names reverting to maiden family names. So I think that may be the concern for the full name. I think this is the old passport law requiring, sorry.
Now, tama po ba ako that the validity of the passports na making it 10 years is by virtue of another law? Not the Philippine Passport
Amended
Act
the passport law. The 1996 passport law was amended by another law extending from 5 to 10 years.
So are we also repealing that law?
No, it's. We are, in effect, incorporating the amendment. Should we restate the law here?
Actually, yun na nga.
RA 10928.
10928. There
Yes.
is an attempt to restate but we did not fully restate it.
It's not fully
actually.
restated.
That's
It's
my
within
problem. So
Yeah.
yun na nga, Mr. President. Actually, we wanted, there is an attempt to restate it but not all the sentences were copied. So
maybe
ito po yung natanggal. Ito po
for
yung natanggal.
Section 15 siguro, as stated in RA, maybe we should just reference the new 10-year extension.
Because we did not repeal it anyway, right?
No, there's
Yes.
no repealing. It should be in force and effect.
The validity we should be, if we want to state it, the validity shall be in accordance with what is provided in RA 10928, Mr. President. Pwede ba yun? Pwede naman.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. President, so
Saan yun? Validity?
thank you for your patience. Last topic
Yeah.
na lang po ito on
Yeah, because
the
it became 5 to 10 years.
marami kayo in-skip na ito.
In-appeal?
Hindi na ito kinig.
Na-repeal?
Kasi ni-repeal natin yung RA 8243.
Yeah.
So, ang RA
On-
10928, inamend niya lang yung 8243. So, pag nawala yung 8243, wala talaga.
On the passport
Yes, I
revolving...
think just to add, for orderly legal documentation, we effectively, with this law, will be repealing the old passport law 8243. And then, the one we passed to extend passports validity from 5 to 10 years amended the repealed law. So wala na siya talagang i-amend. Kailangan ibalik yung
Patingin nga
dati.
yung law. Patingin nga yung law. Okay, so if that is the reasoning, why did we not... Do we have a problem with the last phrase of the section that we tried to restate but we omitted the last phrase? Ito po yung proviso na tinanggal natin eh. Provided finally that a new passport may be issued to replace one which validity has expired, comma, the old passport being returned to the holder after cancellation. We did not reproduce that anymore. Do we have a problem with that sentence, Mr. President? Isa lang.
Yung that a new passport. Kasi digital cancellation na no need na to.
This refers to the fact that in the event of a stolen or replaced passport, there was a previous requirement to submit the old passport once it's recovered or once it's invalidated and a new one is issued. Ngayon, hindi na required yun kasi digitally canceled yung old passport mo, hindi mo na i-surrender yung luma. So no longer necessary to put that last proviso.
Okay, correct. If that's the explanation, it's based on the advancement of technology. So,
Again, yes po.
sige, opo po, nakuha ko po yung point na this was an amendatory law to a law which this measure repeals.
That's right.
So unfortunately, we forgot to mention it, that it is
That's
also
right. I
to be
think we
repealed.
should mention it so that it's clearer.
Yes, okay. Opo. Now let's go to my last topic, Mr. President, the passport revolving
The fund.
fund. Yes. There is also a passport revolving fund in the law which we are repealing, no?
Yes.
RA 8239. Are this
Where's the report?
is the passport revolving fund in section 20 of our measure a continuation of the passport revolving fund mentioned in the Philippine Passport Act of 1996?
There's a change, actually, in the passport revolving fund. It used to be a service fee of 250 pesos. So the suggestion was, rather than fixing the amount, which would appear to be meager following inflation and so on, and the 27 years, maglagay na lang tayo ng general amendment saying a portion of the total fees amounting to not more than 20%, rather than setting it at 250 pesos. Tama ba
Per.
to?
Dati 250 pesos per passport.
Per passport.
Tama po ba yun?
Yes. So they have freedom to establish the fees?
The provision is a continuation. The difference is that in the past, 25 pesos, 250 actually charged. Now it's on the gross.
Yes.
20% on the gross.
Yes, the idea was to put 20% on the gross so that they would have more leeway because clearly 250 pesos becomes a smaller and
Sa
smaller
ngayon,
amount.
250 pesos per application,
Right now, it's 250 pesos.
per issuance of passport, or per application.
I think, no, I think it's per application. The passport cost, I know, is 850 pesos eh.
Expedite fee, ma'am, yan. Expedite fee.
The 250 pesos is to?
Expedite fee.
It's for an expediting fee.
Expedite fee, ma'am. Yung mas mabilis the process. And it goes to the passport revolving.
So and the expediting fee goes to the revolving fund.
And-
Otherwise, the application is free until you receive your passport, which costs 850 pesos.
The 25 is an additional fee for a faster.
Wait, no, 250 pesos muna.
250.
I'm sorry, the DFA is more confusing than the minority is. Wait.
Yung 250 is an additional charge, which we call expedite fee.
Okay, and then,
Minority is
For an expedite process.
okay, and then, and now,
and
it
then-
will be, how much do you charge now?
25, 250.
Yun na nga, but how much do you want to charge? How much would that be?
Sometimes.
Of the gross annual collection of? I don't understand. Yeah, I warned the DFA that the minority leader is a mathematician, so this 20% of gross of what better be clearly laid out. Okay. So how much would the person pay? I mean, simple lang. Magkano babayaran ng tao? Kung hindi 250, magkano na?
Ang dating revolve.
Para saan ba ito? Para saan? Meron pa rin, di ba?
Okay. Okay. I think we need once again to clarify. Eto, I suspect again that it's incomplete. The 250 pesos is presently charged for expediting. Given the sad experience we've had with travel agencies, recruiters, and others getting priority with perhaps certain officials in the department also assisting in the so-called expediting, sa madaling sabi, naging sindikato. So, kinakailangan siguro, i-abolish na yung expediting fee na yan. Tigilan na yan. At yung gagawing passport revolving fund na lamang will be, eto nga, yung gross annual collection. Wala na expedite. Iklaro na lang natin yan.
Sa ngayon po, di ba, meron na tayong passport revolving fund sa ngayon.
Yes.
Ang perang nakakadagdag dyan ay galing lamang dun sa service fee rendered to applicants relating to
25
processing and issuance of passports requiring special consideration. Is that the only source for the passport revolving fund?
Yes, that was the only source
The
right
only
now.
source right now.
So,
May we have the balance for the revolving fund right now?
yes, the balance right now is, as we speak, the total is close to 4 million. It's about, no. Ang liit nga eh, ano ba ito?
The balance of the
The
revolving
balance as we speak is 710,723.
So 710,000 pesos na lamang po ang balance ng revolving fund. Tama po ba yan?
Yes.
Okay, sige po.
This is in million? Ay, nako. 710 million, 723.
Laki po na difference.
Kaya nga eh. Teka, ano ba? Million na daw.
Million ba? 710
Ang laki
million.
ng tawad.
710 million is the balance of the revolving fund as of the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
And then what is our gross annual collection? If we use the same definition of gross annual collection in the measure.
Yes. It varies, but the gross annual collection, as of July pa lang, 551 million, 571,297.
Is it safe to say, if we annualize it, mga 1 billion, more, Jan, that is the gross
Hindi
annual
naman-
collection?
Yes, perhaps, yes.
1
Because
billion,
from
okay.
the savings previously that were not expended. But right now, the balance outstanding is 710, hindi abot ng billion.
Opo, iba po yung balance sa
Yes.
gross annual collection. And what is the revolving fund for?
Consular services, ma'am, and that's a revolving fund.
Spent on what?
This revolving fund is consular. Consular service includes repatriation and legal, di ba? Ay, hindi. Yes, I believe that these involve improvements in consular services, such as.
Facilities, for example, ma'am.
Yes, I've seen improvements, for example, in Hong Kong, the facilities had to be improved. For example, they had to open on Saturday and Sunday, the general off days of our domestic helpers then. And the building was not equipped to turn on the lights, the aircon, and so on. So there were extra charges accrued for those
Overtime.
efforts.
Do we
Overtime.
also use it for overtime?
Yes,
Of those?
kasi yung electrical, syempre, lumobo, tapos may dagdag sa guard. Kasi babantayin yung building, hindi naman dapat bukas. Pinagpilitan natin dahil nga yun ang araw na convenient sa ating tauhan.
why is the balance still so large, Mr. President? Because-
I was also surprised. I
So are
thought it
we-
was only
that means-
a few
Are we happy with
100,000.
Are we happy with all of the facilities of our consular services? They do not need improvements anymore.
You would have thought that we'd have spent them, given the sorry state of our consular services, in many cases quite provisional, and also given the difficulties already already endured by the DFA with overseas voting. Maybe we can ask during the budget hearing, but ang laki-laki. Dapat gastusin nila sa overseas voting, ang baba-baba ng turnout eh.
Mr. President, the source of the passport revolving fund is only the service fee
Is that correct? It's only
from the special considerations, no, given to the passport applicants. So ganon pala kadami,
ganun kadami ang delayed.
ganon po kadami ang nag-avail ng special consideration, which is, what is the meaning of special consideration? A shorter time for waiting for before the issuance of the passport? Yun ba yung meaning ng special consideration?
As we know well, the last incident, if you recall, 2021, natambak, di ba? Grabe-grabe yung delay, buwan-buwan. At yun nga, maraming allegations na may sindikato sa loob ng DFA, kasabwat yung travel agencies at saka mga recruiter.
Yung nakatambak po, ma'am, as mentioned by our sponsor, nagbayad na ng 250 special fee yun? Natambak pa din?
Yeah. So, ang nangyayari dyan, to get an early booking, an early slot, they pay this expediting fee. And then, yung mga hindi nakapagbayad o wala na talagang slots, yun ang hindi na nagbayad ng 250 pesos.
For the booking lang pala ito.
Just to expedite.
The booking, not really the issuance of the actual passport, the physical passport.
That's correct. So, the suggestion was, wag na mag-expedite. In fact, others were saying, wag na rin i-authorize ang ating mga travel agency na maglakad ng passport. Kasi nga, it opened itself to all kinds of abuse. Wala nang expedition fee, wala na rin mga travel agent. Pero, malaking pera pati, hindi natin maintindihan. Sorry?
So, may I know, Mr. President, how many in a given calendar year apply for a passport? More or less?
I think roughly 4 million for the passport. The expediting fee halves basically the 2-week period that you wait for a passport becomes 7 days for the 250 pesos.
Alam mo ba't ko natanong yun? Kasi dinivide ko si 1 billion
Yes.
by 250. Ang figure na dumating sa akin is 4 million. And then the DFA says 4 million ang aplikante. So, meaning to say, incorporated na si special fee sa almost all of the payments of the...
Halos lahat.
Halos lahat.
In short, halos lahat may
Di ba?
expedition.
So, nagkaroon tayo ng de facto
On the other hand,
increase in the cost of the passport, Mr. President?
I don't have the entire audit report, but this is cumulative, from 2017, 2016, up to today.
What cumulative is the balance? No,
Yes.
but I ask is the more or less the gross annual collection. Linagay natin sa 1 billion a year.
The gross annual has to be less, I think.
Divided by 250 mo yun. Di 4 million.
got to be
Yun din
all
yung
the
aplikante. Di sakto tal. Ang naging cost.
No, I think there's some confusion with their records. I think passport accomplishment, even the issuance of the passport, sama na dito, sobrang laki. 850 pesos yung passport. Dapat kasali na yon, di ba? Ano ba ito?
Mr.
Kasama,
President.
hindi lang yan yung expedited. Pati yung cost of passport kasama na.
Mr. President, we need to be clarified here kasi Wait.
What?
Pero for the young suggestion, ma'am,
It's not 20.
Can we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Session is suspended.
resolution.
So Mr. President, okay, so para balikan natin, ano? So, we're talking about the passport revolving fund. Right now, this is funded from service fees, giving special considerations to the payors, Mr. President.
As
So-
well as the regular passport issuance fee. Both.
Right now. Right now.
Right now, only the 250
Yes, yes,
expediting.
So we are retaining the passport revolving fund, but we're changing the source of the funding as well as in computing the amount to be given to the passport revolving fund.
That's correct, Minority Leader. Firstly, we abolish the fee of 250 pesos to expedite so that everyone falls in line and we avoid abuses in the future. And secondly, 20% of the total gross annual collection will be reserved for this revolving fund to improve passporting and consular services.
So if you're abolishing the service fee, doon naman po ako sa page 18, line 1, which mentions service fee, we have to change that, Mr. President.
Yes, that's
Yes,
correct.
I
That
think.
will have to be changed as well.
So, okay, with this new way now of computing what shall be given to the passport revolving fund, how much would that 20% be of the gross annual collection? 200 million, more or less?
Yes, roughly
200
200 million of the existing 710.
No,
sorry.
we are estimating the
Estimating.
we are estimating the gross annual collection to be 1 billion.
Yes,
So
so
20%,
20% will be
200
200 million.
Will of that will now be lodged or given to the passport revolving fund.
That's correct.
Right now, ito nga, present law, where we are getting it from the 250 special service fee, how much do we generate per year and give to the passport revolving fund?
It varies from year to year. Obviously, during the lockdown, it was much less. It went down to 300 million plus. But there are years thereafter that it reached 700 million in 1 year.
So the
Teka, hindi ko alam
the DFA is
hindi ko alam
knowingly
kung gross to o hindi. Kasi ang binigay lang sa akin, hindi ko makita kung cumulative from previous years o total collected that year. I'm not sure if it's annualized.
Can we ask Mr. President? Si para.
Is it annualized? It's not. It's the same thing you gave me.
So,
Yeah.
so the DFA is now knowingly agreeing to change the computation of the amounts to be given to the passport revolving fund and make possible as 500 million peso reduction per year, Mr. President?
Yes, I understand, but are you able, as the minority leader is asking, prepared to suffer that 500 million loss in collections?
But why cannot the DFA just give us historical data? For example,
They're giving us historical
give us a
data.
calendar year and how
Yes.
much was given to the passport revolving fund.
Yes, for example, 2020, obviously COVID, pinakamababa to, 352 million ang koleksyon. 2022, may resurgence na ng travel, naging 707 million.
707
Oh, now
and
this
7
is-
million generated from the special fees,
Teka. Now
Mr.
they're-
President?
I'm sorry, the DFA is changing their minds. They're now saying it's cumulative and not annualized.
Can we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. resume.
Yes, we're ready to resume. My apologies to the minority leader. The finance section did not appear. They did not think that they were relevant to this bill. But I now got clarification that the numbers earlier given, varying from 353 million during the COVID, which was the lowest period, was a collection for that year. 353 million more or less, versus, for example, 2022, when it ratcheted up to 708 million.
That would be what we call the gross annual collection.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, kaya nga. So, if we will use that 2022 po, 700 million plus?
Yes, 700.
If we use the 2022 figure and use the new formula, 20%, so mga 140
Yes.
will go to the revolving fund. Okay.
Yes.
But if we use the existing formula na special fees lamang,
Yes.
how much went to the revolving fund? Using 2022 figures. So I will know whether or not the revolving fund is a beneficiary or not of this measure, Mr. President. Yun yung purpose actually, Mr. President,
That's correct,
why I'm
yes.
asking this question. Yun lang.
Yes, and also
Para malaman lang natin.
the very real question of whether we can afford to forego of the additional 250 expediting.
Correct,
Kasi syempre ayaw natin yun, pero kung masyadong malaki, baka masakit naman. Ano na?
Ma'am, yan pong 710, yan ang total revolving fund right now. But in a 20% of 37 billion.
It will be 37.
For example, for 20,
It down.
Ayan ma'am, million yan, ano? Yan yung total revolving fund right now. If we apply the new formula, 20% of this, not 20%.
No. Wait.
Siguro ito mas simple na lang na question. For the year 2022, how much went to the passport revolving fund? Yan, factual question na lang po yan.
All of that is the...
This is the revolving fund ba?
Yes, I understand.
No,
But
not
all of
the
that
balance.
is Just the special.
Special on that.
How much?
All of that is the special collection. The special expediting, 250 pesos.
correct, ma'am.
Hindi pa kasali yung passport niyan.
Ay, di pa ma'am.
How much, ma'am?
707,992.
707,992. Okay, 707 million
Yes.
went to the passport revolving fund in calendar year 2022.
Right.
How much was the gross annual collection for the year 2022?
How much is the gross annual
5
collection?
billion, 5 billion.
I
5 billion, 713 million.
There seems to be something wrong with this. I still can't understand their figures with due apologies. They are now saying that 5 billion,
Yes.
713 million would be
The total.
the total.
Yes, I understand it. So, in effect, kunin mo yung 20% niyan,
Yes.
so that's more than a billion.
More than a billion.
Okay,
so in
so
effect,
we-
lalaki pa siya.
Yes, we can now see that this bill, if this becomes law and there's a new way of computing the contribution to the passport revolving fund, assuming that 2022 is a back to normal year,
Yes.
we could see that this is highly beneficial for the passport
Okay.
revolving fund.
Yes.
Using 2022 figures, it would be around 300 to 400 million pesos more.
That's right.
If under the new formula.
And we
So-
avoid the issue of syndicates and palakasan because we will do without the 250 pesos fees for expediting.
Pero yun lang pong, Babel, another topic po, magandang topic din yan po kasi
Di ba wala nang service?
paano na-address ni passport, the increase in the passport revolving fund, ang speed in the speed o in scheduling the appointment? Paano, bakit niya nasagot yun when it is not even meant to spend for that, Mr. President?
I think the issue kasi was this business of service fees and the travel agencies that were paying them so that they could block off big chunks of the slots available. And then it backed up into these huge delays in 2021, as we recall. And what we're going to do now, wala nang palakasan, wala nang service fee. In fact, there's a suggestion na wala na rin travel agency.
Pero andyan pa rin si delay.
Hindi na masyadong magdi-delay, pilahan na lang tong normal. Come as you go na lang. Hindi na nagbablock. Ang nangyari kasi noon, let's say number 1 to 100 will be blocked off. Hanggang matapos yung 100 na yon, hindi ka pwede. Kaya nadidelay ng gusto.
Ito po bang passport revolving fund ay pwedeng gastusin to address that problem of a delay?
I think that that's a good idea kasi and that's the intent for the improvement of passporting. Para yung delay, mapabilis na. Yung mga mag-iintay na 1 to 100, the only available will be 101. Di ka na mag-iintay nun. Basta kung dumating ka, nauna ka, number 1 ka. Wala nang 1 to 100 na reserved for somebody.
Siguro an improvement in the software as well as in the hardware, no? Ganun
Yes,
siguro.
definitely. And I think
how-
that requires some money also. So what we're saying, the revolving fund will address these improvements necessary in passporting as well as the consular services in off-site and foreign offices.
Sige po, so mararamdaman natin kung talagang nag-work ito, because this is actually a concession to the DFA. Talagang nakita natin yung passport revolving fund na ang malaki mga around, ilan yan
Yeah, it's about 400 million.
60% increase, 60-70% increase, Mr. President. So, makikita natin kung satisfied ng ating mga kababayan na mababawasan ngayon yung maminusan yung mga negative comments sa social media. Di ba?
That's right.
Ganyan po nangyayari. Tsaka actually yung mga requests din sa atin
Dumadaan din sa atin
to intervene and to ask for an earlier appointment. Mga ganun. Ang daming lumalapit. So sabi ko, there must be some problem talaga. So, I
Totoo
hope
yun, kasi there are months, lalo na pag mga March, April, yung katapusan ng eskwela, talaga ang haba-haba ng pila. Ang daming request ng mga opisina natin. Pare-pareho po tayo.
So, thank you for that, Mr. President. Siguro, I will no longer ask questions, but on the penalties, maybe we can simplify how we presented the penalties,
we're
Mr.
also
President.
trying to simplify these penalties dahil napakarami nga
Ang dami-dami rin. At saka, what is our intention here, Mr. President? To
The
to send a
intention
lot of
is-
people to jail?
Well, the intention really is to bring the penalties up to speed. It's important, for example, that 15,000 pesos, syempre hindi na pinapansin ng 15,000 pesos sa mga fines. So kinakailangan, eto nga, maging 100,000 to bring it up to from 1996 to 2023. Cost of living and inflation. The other concern is that we should criminalize such acts as withholding passports. There's an intent to criminalize the denial, withholding of passports, and so on.
Sige po, tutulong na lang po kami to improve the phraseology. And
Yes.
then, I noticed that this is a couple of pages of the bill are on
They're all
offenses and
penalties, ang
penalties,
haba
Mr.
nga eh.
President. Kaya nga po. Sige po, Mr. President.
I think there are more acts that are criminalized. There are more persons covered, including private sector and DFA officials. And the penalties have been raised not only in terms of fine but also the imprisonment periods.
Sige po, baka naman po talagang kailangan because we have heard from the sponsor, mention of the word syndicate how many times this evening, Mr. President.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be
So,
so unpleasant, but we all have heard it in the news.
So kailangan buwagin ang mga sindikato dyan. Hindi kailangan talagang a couple of pages of offenses and penalties and more severe punishment to serve as deterrent, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I will now terminate my interpellation on this measure and thank our good sponsor for her patience. And to the resource persons, thank you. And I see Ambassador Bensorto here. I think he has been designated as an ambassador, so he's not yet in his post, Mr. President. Huh?
I think he's awaiting departure September 15.
Oh, so we wish him all the best, and I think we need him more to advise us on the West Philippine Sea and the UNCLOS, Mr. President. Thank
Yes,
you for that.
which is-
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies also for incomplete information on some of the items requested. Thank you very much, Mr. President, our Majority Leader, and most of all, our minority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make the proper motion, Mr. President, I could just hardly not let this particular moment, not to mention, Mr. President, during the debates, Mr. President, the importance of coming up with a database system, Your Honor, distinguished colleague. In 2010, I would just like to put on record, meron na po tayong batas, yung Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act. Ito po yung inamyendahan, 1995 po yun, inamyendahan po ito noong 2010, at 28 years na po, Ginoong Pangulo, 28 years na po yung sinasabi ng Section 20 ng RA 10022, provides for the establishment of a shared government information system for migration. To implement this particular provision, Mr. President, the law established the interagency committee co-chaired by DFA and DOLE. I hope our friends from these two departments are listening, because up to this time, Mr. President, after 28 years, we have yet to see the completion and the effectiveness of our own database system. With that, Mr. President, and there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There be none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2001 under Committee Report number 43. I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, hearing none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2001 under Committee Report number 43 is now suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There be none, motion is approved. The consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. So, Mr. President, with that, I move to resume the period of interpellations and recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Overseas Filipino Workers, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo, and to interpellate the gentleman from Davao and Bohol, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
If there is no objection, interpellation is hereby resumed with the sponsor. Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized to interpellate Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. First of all, Mr. President, I wish to express my utmost support for this measure, establishing a Magna Carta for our Filipino seafarers will definitely enable us to further improve and develop the industry. Would a good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. President?
Of course, definitely, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor. For the record, Mr. President, how many Filipino seafarers have been deployed this year?
This year, this year on the first quarter, Mr. President, we have more or less more than 100, but to give you the exact number, it says here, first quarter of 2023, we have deployed 149,126 seafarers, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Mr. President, is there a difference between the number of seafarers we deployed pre-pandemic and the number of seafarers that we are deploying now?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, there is a big difference. As we all know, during pandemic, siyempre bumaba po yung deployment at sa lahat ng trabaho all over the world, globally. So pre-pandemic, we deployed 505,000, that's 500,000. And then nung pagdating ng pandemic, it dropped significantly to almost one half, 270,000. And then it went up a little bit, 394,000 in 2021. And then in 2022, it bounced back a little bit to 489. And then ngayon, I think we're doing good at 149,000 sa first quarter pa lamang, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you for that encouraging numbers, good sponsor, Mr. President. We recall, Mr. President, that in December 2021, the European Commission issued a warning to the Philippines that unless we would improve our programs for our seafarers, in particular, our compliance with the standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers, or STCW convention, they would no longer recognize our seafarer certification. Fortunately, in April of this year, they announced that they will still recognize Filipino seafarers' certificates in light of our serious efforts to comply with these requirements. Now, my question, Mr. President, good sponsor, is that was there a decrease in the number of seafarers we were able to deploy because of the earlier statement of the European Commission?
First of all, I would like to answer your first statement, Mr. President, Your Honor, as to the EMSA, which is the European Maritime Safety Agency, who did an inspection to us back in 2006 and up to 2021. Several times we failed in their inspection. And so what happened was in 2017, that was the last time that they did an inspection on us, wherein they saw some inadequacy in our training system in our schools, maritime-wise. And so in 2021, we submitted our stand as to how are we going to be in par with their wishes. And so we were given extension. Actually, they gave us an extension. That means they're going to come back and inspect us maybe in 5 years or so. So that extension means that they are recognizing us, and we are being recognized, Mr. President, and Your Honor. And so we can keep deploying our seafarers to different foreign vessels. But as far as decrease in number is concerned, there's not a significant decrease in numbers, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, in line of these events, Mr. President, may we know if this need for compliance with international standards forms part of the reasons why there is a need for this bill's passage?
Thank you for that statement, Mr. President, Your Honor. Yeah, the reason why we have this Magna Carta for seafarer, number one, is for compliance, and then number two, so that we can protect the rights and the welfare of our seafarers globally. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. My next question is, can the good sponsor spread into the record how compliance will be enforced in this bill?
Compliance-wise, we have the DMW and we have the DOLE, Mr. President. So for international seafarers, or what I call is foreign vessels, applying international route. So that the implementing bodies for that, for the Magna Carta for seafarers, is the DMW, and then the DOLE is for the domestic ships.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Thank you, good sponsor, for that answer. Mr. President, may we know why compliance with international standards, particularly with the STCW Convention, is so important? Ano po ba ang nakasaad sa STCW Convention?
Thank you again for that question, Mr. President. Meron kasing tinatawag na Maritime Labor Convention to which we ratified back in 2013. So we have to be compliant on that. Otherwise, if not, then magkakaroon tayo ng violation. And that's one of the reason kung bakit later on, tulad na nabanggit na kanina, the interpolator, na mababawasan yung pagkukuha sa atin ng mga European employers, ship owners, because we're not compliant with the MLC regulations. So that's why we have this STCW. They make sure na compliant tayo pagdating sa standards and training and certification for our seafarers.
Thank you, good sponsor. My next question is, paano po ba natin tutulungan ang ating mga marino upang sila ay makapag-comply ng mga international standard na ito?
Well, first of all, dun sa certification, Mr. President, Your Honor, compliance-wise, nandiyan po yung ating DMW, nandiyan po yung ating Marina, nandiyan po yung ating DOLE. Sila po yung mga agency nating gobyerno para tumulong upang to make sure na certified-wise itong mga ating mga seafarers pagdating sa training and all na meet yung standards set forth by the MLA.
Thank you.
MLC, excuse me, of 2006, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, may napanood akong video kung saan ang isang lalaki ay umiiyak dahil nakapagtapos na siya upang maging marino. Pero nalaman niyang hindi pala accredited ang kanyang eskwelahan. Can we please play the video?
Maybe we got lost in translation. Maybe I asked for too much, but maybe this thing was a masterpiece. Please for it all up, running scared. I was there, I remember it all too well.
Thank you, TikTok, for that video. Yun po ang video, Mr. President. Hindi pa marino, pero kitang-kita na gusto niya maging marino. Nakasaad sa Chapter 3, Section 7, Letter A ng Senate Bill number 2221 na relevant government agencies shall, Letter A, regulate the operation of all educational and training institutions offering courses related to seafaring. Paano ba natin ito gagawin, Mr. President? Paano natin sila maprotektahan? How can we help defend them against these unaccredited schools and agencies that take advantage of them, offering fake certificates and fake diplomas, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Your Honor, hindi lang po yung nakita natin sa TikTok ang nakainkwento ako ng problema at reklamo sa programa kong Wanted sa Radyo, even in other courses not relating to seafaring na kung saan hindi accredited yung isang eskwelahan sa TESDA and yet sila po ay tumatanggap ng enrollment para sa mga vocational courses. And so pagdating nung time na mag-graduate sila, and it's very unfortunate na hindi nga ma-honor yung kanilang certificate dahil peking nga po yung napag-enrollan nilang eskwelahan sapagkat hindi nga po accredited. In this case, doon po sa nakita nating video, so yung may problema dyan, number one is yung Marina, and then number two is CHED, na dapat from time to time meron silang ginagawang monitoring to ensure lahat ng mga eskwelahan para sa mga marino ay nagko-comply doon sa standards set forth by them to make sure na sila po ay sumusunod sa patakaran at sila po ay certified ng nasabing mga ahensya, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Pinakita ko po itong video na ito dahil how I wish, no? How I wish na wala ng estudyante na magiging biktima ng mga ganitong modus, no? Dahil hirap na hirap silang magbayad ng tuition. Then afterwards, malaman na lang nila na hindi pala accredited yung kanilang school na enrollan. So, I know that it behoves the part of the regulating agency, particularly Marina, sinabi mo earlier, pati CHED, at ewan ko yung ating majority leader kung kasama bang TISDA dito na nag-regulate.
Pagdating sa maritime, hindi po kasama ang
Hindi
TESDA.
kasama.
Yung Marina lang po at saka yung tinatawag na National Maritime Polytechnic, and then of course yung CHED. Now, Mr. President, doon po sa nangyari doon sa bata or doon sa student na sa TikTok na frustrated siya sapagkat yung eskwelahan pala hindi accredited, then we can still go after that school, kung ano yung pangalan ng school na yon, and we can tap Marina and of course CHED para makasuhan yung eskwela na yon. In the first place, dapat long time ago pa yan na-shut down. I don't know why hanggang ngayon nag-ooperate pa yan. Kung nag-ooperate pa, then in that case, if it's still operating, then I have to go after Marina. Bakit pinapayagan ito mag-operate? Ba't wala silang monitoring system para ma-ensure na na-stop na ganitong klaseng mga maling gawain? Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I hope with the effort of the good sponsor sa kanyang committee hearings, dahil under sa committee niya ito, sana talagang ma-encourage, ma-motivate itong government regulating agencies pagdating dito para wala na magiging biktima. At salamat for that, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I may add, yeah, when it comes to non-degree, then pwede po pumasok dito yung TESDA. But when it comes to degree, like Bachelor of Science in Marine Engineering, Bachelor of Science in Transportation, CHED po yan. Pero pagdating po sa non-degree, pwede po doon sa TESDA.
Thank you for that information. I think mga non-degree dyan, yung deck watching.
Yung deck watching. Yung mga able body kung tawagin. Yes, Mr. President.
Kasi yung panahon ko, gusto kong merong BS nautical basta yung magiging kapitan ng barko. Nautical. Then sabi ko, yung 6 months lang, yung seaman. Yung pwede ka maging seaman 6 months. So siguro yan ay covered ng TISDA, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
As a matter of fact, pwede na, after na mag-graduate ka sa K-12, pwede ka nang pumasok as a seaman, maghingi ka ng certificate, and then pwede tinatawag na ladderized system na hanggang sa ma-reach mo yung pinaka-highest position. Of course, you have to undergo some trainings, you have to undergo some studies para ma-reach mo yung pinaka-gusto mong level doon sa barko na pagtatrabahuan mo.
Thank you for that information, good sponsor, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to commend and thank the good sponsor for this opportunity to better understand how these proposed measures shall address the needs of our seafarers. Siyempre, kailangan nilang maging world-class at manatiling world-class. Ngunit sisiguraduhin natin na ang proseso na kanilang pagdadaanan ay maayos at matiwasay. Para sa ating mga literal na overseas Filipino workers, ating mga marino, isang karangalan ang sumuporta sa isang panukalang batas na magtatanggol sa inyo. With that, Mr. President, before I end, I would like to sincerely thank our good sponsor for answering my queries, Mr. President. With that,
Mr. President, doon sa mga nanonood ngayon ng mga seafarers at may mga kamag-anak, pagdating po ng 2025, don't forget Senator Bato de la Rosa, isa sa mga supporters na aking bill. O, di ba, Mr. President, Your Honor? O, di ba? Tandaan niya na Senator Bato de la Rosa, pro-seafarer.
I second the motion, Mr. President.
Mr. President, for the record, that was not really my intention.
No,
but I thank the good sponsor for
Sarili ko yun.
mentioning that.
Sarili ko yun.
But it was never my intention. And also, I thank the majority leader for mentioning that.
Because, Mr. President, if I may, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, Senator Bato de la Rosa has been very supportive of our OFWs. Since the time the very first day we discussed the establishment of Department of Migrant Workers. And that's why, Mr. President, I have no doubt, Mr. President, that the seafarers and OFWs are aware of his efforts. And I will continue to campaign for him, Mr. President, just to put on record.
Same here, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Siguro, abangan ko na lang yung next na interpellation mo at mag-interpellate ako uli. Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, just to put on record also, just looking at the test, the online program, there are three, easily, I saw three courses under test the program that would fall as a seafarer, Mr. President, in the country, a cruise ship management, ship catering services, and even housekeeping, Mr. President. So, just want to put that on record. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 4 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 4, 2023.
Is there objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 4 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 4, 2023.